Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can.
Dr.
Yeah,
Abhishek,
it
Anisha,
is
yeah,
personal.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. I guess we a little bit like pass our deadline because Dr. Yak is still on in the first row. Yeah, he's still presented. Okay, Dr. Krista Pelle, good morning. Gustav, Daga, good morning. Good morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Alessia Meskina. I'm a head of academic program at SSBM. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you today. And well, we expected a quite exciting session, and it's my pleasure to open this discussion of all those inspiring presentation, which is basically each of you different, but you have that deepest interconnections. So, and we will go through the digital transformation, AI, how it affects our society, industry across all our sectors. And I'm going to be short, so we just go to the first presenter. We begin with Dr. Abhishek Mishra with his presentation, Building Smart Supply Chain for Green Business. So this is the research co-authoring with Dr. Anna Provodnikova. And this research demonstrated how digital intelligence and sustainability principles can work together to build more efficient, resilient supply chain. And now, Dr. Abhishek, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thanks, ma'am, for this wonderful opportunity. Let me present my skin. Just hold on. Please let me know once my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Dr. Abhishek Mishra. I'm an alumni from SSBM, and I've done my DBA from here. I work as a program manager with Capgemini, and I'm an MBA in operations as well, apart from being a doctor in business administration. So I bring in an interesting area like where we are going to see how we can actually manage a smart supply chain and contribute to carbon reduction or the carbon footprint reduction. So basically, it is an industry-wide problem where like we have emissions coming from the production units and the manufacturing plants, right? So like whenever like we set up a plant, we try to set it in some areas where it is more we are friendly to that area, and there is more business outcome from there. So we set up the plant, but our target market seems to be a bit of a far away. So like then we end up in transporting of the raw materials that we procure from a far region, and then we build the goods in some other locations, and there are a lot of transportations that is involved in the whole process. And during this whole process, a lot of carbon emission is involved, definitely, when trucks will be shipping your raw materials and finished goods to the destination locations from the source. So they will be consuming fuel, and that is definitely a carbon emission. And also, not the least, the packaging materials that are used, they also contribute to carbon emission. So based on this problem statement, so we came up with a research question like will nearshoring eco-friendly packaging, and technology, can this threefold approach reduce the carbon footprint in supply chain? So here in this, as part of this research question, we are trying to unlock this three area. And also, most importantly, we are trying to see the challenges for green business, like how we can set up a green business by optimizing supply chain, like tuning the supply chain so that they produce the right amount of carbon emission. So with this background, we started with the research, and as part of the literature review, we went through the existing literature that is currently available. Few of the highlights, like we have gone through a lot of papers that you can read my research once it is available in GBIS. But again, as a highlight from the literature review, few of the few things are like nearshoring is one of the options that helps in carbon emission. So what do I mean by nearshoring? Suppose you have a market in a country A, and you can set up a factory or like your production unit, or you can figure out your like uh, your procurement from some reason or some area which is very near to the market, to that reason A, so that it will shorten the supply chain route, and definitely it will reduce the carbon footprint. You can bring in government practices, you can even there are today also the government practices. At least I have figured out that in European Union there are practices that will bring down or put a cap on the emissions and encourage near shoring adoption. So another option is friend shoring is very commonly used today. When I say friend shoring, like a country A wants to procure some materials or sell something in country B, so they usually have a tie-up among them. The governments are friendly, and this they get tax benefits. They get a lot of advantages, and this can challenge the nearshoring model. But again, if there are trade disruptions, for example, we have recent trade disruptions across the globe when there was a tariff war that came out from United States. So that caused a lot of disruptions in the friend shoring. Like for example, India is a very good friend of US, but we had very good trade relationships. But due to near shoring, due to this tariff war, like there was trade disruptions recently happening. And also like technologies like blockchain, AI, IoT, big data, so they can also be leveraged and can optimize logistics and reduce emissions. And most importantly, like cost efficiency is a challenge. Definitely we can take up nearshoring, we can use friendly packaging, we can use technologies, but cost efficiency has been a key challenge in adopting nearshoring or eco-friendly package. Because when we say we are going to do nearshoring, that means that we are going to produce from a nearby location. No doubt we are saving on supply chain cost, but at the same time we are increasing the production cost. The manufacturing cost goes up. So that's a challenge. And if we are adopting eco-friendly packaging materials, they're definitely expensive in like as of today. That's what in the literature we have figured out. And this was the research model that we started with. like uh, uh, Carbon footprint depends on like green practices. So, and green practices is the mediating variable, and nearshoring eco-friendly packaging contributes to the green practices. And also, technology also directly impacts carbon footprint. But at the same time, cost efficiency, regulatory governance, consumer acceptance, and friend shoring can impact the entire model flow for adoption of green practice. If some country is in a friendly relationship with another country, then the companies there would like to do business or like set up manufacturing units there for tax benefits and all. But at the same time, it will impact the near shoring that can bring down the green carbon footprint overall. And same way, regulatory governance in place in a country can increase the adoption of green practice. They can lay down uh, rules and regulations that can actually catapult adoption of the green practices. Consumer acceptance, definitely yes. If the consumer are not comfortable paying for a or a cost a pricier product, then that can also impact. So all this basically they like are interlinked, and this is how like carbon footprint is impacted as per the research model. And as part of the research methodology, we did a quantitative and a cross-sectional study, a descriptive and an explanatory approach was taken. So we did a regression, used the regression and descriptive statistics. As of now, in the initial research stage, we have used a sample size of 54. But in the next stage of this research, we are going to step up this number. And we are working with supply chain professionals and sustainability professionals in aiding this research. And data collection was done using a survey questionnaire. Now let me talk about the results that we have got. So with nearshoring approach, we can see that as part of descriptive statistics, 83% have agreed to it, strongly agreed to it, and 15% have agreed to it. And the same way, for technology, implementation of technology to reduce carbon footprint, 74% have agreed to it, strongly agreed to it. And the same goes for eco-friendly packaging and regulatory governance. So it's evident from the descriptive statistics that these factors can actually help in adoption uh, of these variables to bring down carbon footprint. We also did a regression, and from the regression, it could be figured out that nearshoring and regulatory governance are related. If like you can see the p-value, it's less than 0.05% interval. So regulatory governance has an impact on nearshoring. And same way, cost, eco-friendly packaging and cost also have an impact on eco-friendly, um, cost has an impact on eco-friendly packaging because packaging are impacted by the cost. And at the same time, what we can see here is if you see the p-values, so we can see that nearshoring, friendshoring, nearshoring and friendshoring does not have a direct impact on uh, product cost. So that is what we could see, like product costs and friendshoring do not have a direct impact on, sorry, my bad, on the nearshoring. So these are few of the regression results that we tried to figure out. And finally, this would be the last slide. So the research answer to the research questions are use of eco-friendly packaging technology and nearshoring will definitely reduce carbon footprint. We have validated that in the initial research. Then regulatory governance increases the adoption of nearshoring and hence reduces carbon footprint. And the challenges are like cost due to eco-friendly packaging, and adoption of using eco-friendly packages can be a challenge in minimizing carbon footprint. And as we saw in this third regression result, so adoption of friendshoring and increase in cost due to nearshoring has no relationship with adoption of nearshoring practices as per the regression results. So again, this is one of the gap areas that we can think of building up in future. So that's how I'm closing the presentation here just on time. So I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek. Thank you. Now we already got one question from Dana Bayon. How did tailor governments to play a positive role in green packaging in supply chain according to different industries?
Okay. So basically what happens is in case of when we talk about the governance, so you need to define the practices with the local authorities and the bodies basically. So you need to talk to local authorities, local bodies, bring in uh, like right representations. Like once, like you need to, like what I have the thought is, like after once this research is through, I'll be approaching local bodies to in India to see like if we can get it done. So it starts right from the root level, from the local bodies to like local practices. Even there are regulatory authorities like who do climate control and who monitor independent like research organizations, as well as independent bodies who monitor this carbon footprint in any geography. So we need to reach out to them and try to put your point, and with their help only you'll be able to bring in those governance. Hope I clarified.
Thank you. Thank you. We have one more question from Anita. Yeah, that's also what I thought about. How you design the research model?
Yes. So how we came up with this model is pretty interesting. It was all based on like the literature review. Basically, we did an initial literature review. We spoke to like initial you know, like organizations who are actually trying to figure out what is happening in this area, and at the same time also I spoke to uh, my colleagues at Capgemini. Like we have a huge uh, like a huge investment going on for the Paris Convention for climate control and all. So like there I spoke to people, I collected all the materials, and from there like I figured out from the literature that this can be a possible research model that we need to validate. Everything boils down from the data you have, from the gaps you find, and all is literature only, like the initial literature that you go through and the evidences, the challenges. With this I have come up with this research model, and the rest is draw.io. You just need to put it there and you bring it into your paper. I hope I clarified. That's what you were intending.
Thank you so much for your sophisticated presentation. So we are finished. We are done with questions. Thank you so much. And we move on. Our second presenter, Dr. Chris Terpelli, examines strategic literacy and cognitive restraints in own managed enterprises. His work explores how AI-supported decision-making can help leaders overcome long-standing thinking barriers and enhance strategic clarity in rapidly mid-sized businesses. Please, the floor is yours. Dr. Krista Pele, you're welcome. We can hear you. You're mute.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Meskina, for this opportunity. As a fresh doctor, not to be confused with a young doctor, I'm happy to present my research today about the strategic planning within small and medium enterprises, but especially the micro companies within this part of these SMEs. Micro companies defined by the EU like companies with fewer than 10 employees, including the owner manager. And we all know these companies. It's the baker around the corner, the small retail vendor, also the bike shop, the white van constructors we all know. And Dr. Jaka van Jal also talked about when he is talking about the roof. These are struggling with strategic management, and I want to enlighten you a bit today about what's happening there. So if we have a look at these companies, and I will share my presentation with you. Let me see, is that? Okay. Okay. Let's go back. I think you can have a vision of my screen today.
Yes.
Yes, you can. You can see it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great. Okay, when we look at this, what triggered this this research was the what happened during the COVID pandemic, when everything was shut down. What was used to be very familiar, you could buy anything all over the world. Everything was in plenty supplies. Energy was low costs, and everything changed in that period. Also, when the war in Ukraine, Russia started, and the happening in the Middle East, stuff was happening, and businesses kind of were in a phase where they could not do anything, and they were facing new challenges, like how we deal with this, because they never faced it before. Then after this pandemic, and especially in the Netherlands where this research was conducted, the government stopped supporting these companies, and we saw a huge rise in bankruptcies, even to a level of 234% until this year. So there was something happening there. This triggered myself to see what is going on there. Why is there lacking so much resilience in these companies? Then first we have to have a look to what makes these companies. And we see that these owner-managed companies play a crucial role in jobs and local economies. And this counts for almost every country in the world. We see that the GDP contribution of UMEs are up to 30%, and they count for 50% of the workforce. And 95% of all businesses are owner-managed enterprises. This is a huge factor in the economy. Strategic management in SMEs is important, especially also in big companies, but it's important for success, mainly financial. When you're looking at growth, a strategic plan is meaningful, a formal strategic plan is meaningful. But we also see that in these small companies, these are hard to find. Another issue related probably to that is that the main part of these OMEs don't even have a profit or a growth orientation. They're looking for autonomy. They are looking for personal satisfaction. Like the baker around the corner, he don't want to have maybe 5-6 stores, just want to have a nice income for his family. So that's the main characteristics of these companies. And when we look at the literature, what is keeping them from engaging into strategic planning, we see 5 reasons. One of them is time. The day-to-day business, they take all over their time, looking after the employers, looking for financing, looking for customers. Do I have enough stock to supply my customers next day? These day-to-day businesses are a big constraint. Another thing is knowledge. The educational level of most OMEs are quite low. You don't need much of an education to start a business. And there is no entry level like a business license, so everybody can start a business, no matter if you have the knowledge or not. Then we see the scarcity of the expertise about strategic planning. What is it? What does it? Do I need it? A big constraint. And then again, the motivation absence, when only 2/3 of only 1/3 have actually a growth perspective, then there's no much need to have a long-term planning, they think. Then there's another thing, bounded rationality. Bounded rationality is most OMEs we see in literature are looking for satisficing. Satisficing is when you look for a solution to a problem that is good enough instead of looking for a most optimal solution. And that makes things difficult because you say, okay, don't have much time, I don't have much money, I don't have much knowledge. So I know what I know. This is what I'm going to do it, and I do it by myself. So these are big constraints. Then the AI part, like Dr. Jaka Fatja already said, the AI can act in many ways, but it can also be a cognitive enabler, meaning that it can act as an assistant. It can even replace strategists in an assisting way. It can help assess external environments, internal. They can make informed decisions, and they can do it quick, and they can do it cheap. So that makes it a nice agent. So these benefits are very practical for strategists in executing these strategic initiatives. But when you see at the pros, they can do structured analysis, scenario modeling, no problem. They can even teach you what you want to learn. By that, they can reduce your cognitive load. And like Dr. Jaka also said, it goes on 24 hours, 7 days a week. So you don't need to wait for big analysis from expensive consultants. You can do it yourself. Surely there are also some cons. We all know we don't have to over-rely on these AI models because they sometimes hallucinate. The outcome becomes strange. So don't take it as a truth. Take it as a help or even a suggestion. Data privacy is also a big deal because you don't know where the data goes. You have to take care of that and be careful with that. Big AI models cost a lot of money if you want to integrate it into your business, IT. It also is quite costly. So these are the parts from the literature. So the research problem is that we see that OMEs lack strategic literacy. They have some real big cognitive barriers, and this leads to suboptimal performances, as we could see by the surge in bankruptcy during the past years. Questions I defined was like how do they manage their strategic decision makings? What is most vulnerable part when you when you take this bounded rationality into action, and what can AI decision supporters do? Does it help you with this strategic literacy? Okay, the methodology, what was used is a qualitative research, of course, because you want to know how this decision-making process, how this works out. The method was an action research. This means that the respondents were actually taking part in the research, and this was done by building an AI tool, especially for this, to see how this works out. Started with the semi-structured interviews with 60 Dutch OMEs across various sectors, like a scale open-ended. Well, you can see what we used. From these 60 Dutch owners, 15 of them were engaged in using this prototype of the AI tool, and they came from different sectors like ICT, retailers, finance consultants, healthcare nurses, but also musicians, gallery owners, painters of fine art, who definitely are not profit-driven, because they have to be also, when you look at the 67% of the OMEs who don't have a growth perspective, this is what you have to also include. Okay, then we built a prototype featuring all these classical SP tools, PESTEL, SWOT, 5 forces from Porter, competitive advantage options, what strategy we choose, goal setting, a balance scorecard. We put them all into this tool. And After that, we did an inductive thematic approach to have a good description of what's going on. The results of this, we saw that microbusinesses really struggle with this stuff. They also, the main part say, okay, it's very important. We think we have to engage in that. They also know why they are in the business. And they also know very clear what their goal is. But what is lacking is where they want to go in the future. What is our vision? Where do we want to be in 5 years, 10 years time? We see that this almost completely lacking. After questioning what they use, we see also they favor simple tools like a SWOT analysis. Apart 1/5 use PDCA cycles. 7% only used a pestle analysis to see what's happening in their environment. So this is, worrying, not worrying, but it gives a good picture that there is some literacy in here. We see things, we heard things like, I don't know what you're talking about. What are these things? Okay, then we tried the AI prototype, and when we built all these cognitive barriers, strategic literacy, contextual barriers, and the tool design, we saw there was a problem in understanding what strategic planning is all about. We saw confusion. I've got a SWOT. Why is that not strategic planning? I understand what a SWOT does, or what does a 5 forces do. There was a lack of big strategic literacy, which needed to stop the process, and we stopped the development, and we had to introduce explainable AI into this tool to make sure that every step of this method, the user is told, okay, why are you doing this? What is the usefulness and necessity of it? How does it help you? And step by step, we saw that the use of this tool with a number of iterative cycles, the literacy was significantly raised. It was getting much better. People understand why they did it, what they can do with it. And at the end, everybody was very happy. And we saw that the learning part, the cognitive enabling part of the AI, was actually the main advantage of it. So when we put that together, when we introduced explainable AI in the strategic planning tool, that it was users understand it much better. They could also understand the reasoning of the planning. They saw the transparency. They could adapt. We adapt the tool to the educational level of the user. 20% of all these OMEs have a secondary vocational level, or a large part did not even have any business education at all. So that makes it difficult, and by explaining it, it comes very clear. They know what we were doing. So that was very good. And they got actually motivated to play around with it. And that thinking is also one of the main advantages. So what does it mean for the theory? We see that it helps these barriers. AI in strategic planning helps barriers in knowledge. It also it is systematically, you can do it as often as you will, and it also empowers these micro entrepreneurs in their strategic planning process, but because they don't need very expensive consultants, they don't need very massive software programs, and they can do it many times as they like. And this is very good. This is also what Dr. Jaka said. It democratized the process. There were earlier days you need very expensive consultants to have a strategic plan, which takes months for all these analysis. You can do it in 5 minutes time. It also brings up a hybrid approach to strategic planning. All classical business schools, they teach you how to use these classical models, these 5 forces, these pest analysis, balance scorecard, TOES matrices. And the other hand, the OMEs are more on the intuitive side of planning. Say, okay, I see a new opportunity in the market. How do I deal with it? And by bringing those together, they have a combination of trying to, okay, what does that mean? How can I use this for myself? This is something also that helps and came up as a result. Simple practical implications could be to integrate this AI tool into educational curricula, or maybe into starters, kind of a starting level for new entrepreneurs. You can use it as a discussion platform, like spoken before. You can make planning discussions. Okay, what can we do? And it is accessible and affordable, which makes it also, the big companies don't have this advantage over small companies. So that makes it also worthwhile to look into that. Concluding, when we start with these micro enterprise challenges, with these limited time, resources, knowledge constraints, we got into customization to make a tool fit for these micro companies. We introduced AI and explainable AI into this tool. By that we could reshape and shape directions of our strategy as we would like. And in that way, we came to a very democratized strategic management process with, in the end, a nice formal strategic plan, which they can change every minute of the day, whatever they choose, for low prices. This is my conclusion of this research, and I'm sure you have some questions for me, and I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tarkali. We have one question, I see it, from Dana. Did AI models highlighted tailored decision-making proposals or general approach?
Can you say that again?
Did AI models highlighted tailored decision-making proposals or general approach?
No, it made very customized proposals. I'm not very sure how this behind these AI works exactly, of course, but nobody knows. But it came up with proposals for new markets, new products, new environments, and it should change with depending on starting with what the OME wanted. What is your goal? And if your goal changes, then also your proposals change.
Thank you. I don't see any question in the chat room, but I have a question, because actually I found you focus on cognitive restraints in own managed enterprise, especially relevant, especially now. There is a quite big room for train AI models using some cognitive patterns. And could you please elaborate on which specific thinking patterns or strategic blind spots tends to limit decision making? I saw it now. You mentioned it's this lack of strategic, maybe lack of strategy, lack of knowledge, lack of also visions. So that's what I've now heard from the presentation. So what do you think about that thinking patterns? Can we identify these thinking patterns?
Well, it depends on the question, the prompt you ask in this model, the prompt. What are you addressing? What is the level of the question? What output do you demand? Do you want it on a secondary level, or do you want it on a academic level? And this role you set as a pre-setting also determines how the output will be. So these ways of explaining what the model does and how these models help you depends strongly on your level of education. Is that somehow answering your question?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's not now about AI model. It's more about your research. Maybe you can identify, because you've done your research or you're in process. Maybe you can already identify specific thinking patterns which hold decision making. You know, to move on.
What is known that these OMEs use heuristics, their own narratives to create their own world, and it is also a quite small environment they're working with. They don't have the knowledge of how, when you're stationed in Paris, you don't know, and you have a small bakery, you don't know how a bakery in Hong Kong works. So you are making your own world as the world. And that is mainly the big factor that makes how you look at your own business. And so these you make your own story. That is how it works, and you see that everywhere. When there is a lack of knowledge, these OMEs tend to make their own truth, their own world, and then you can see that pattern almost in every small OME.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So do we have any questions from our guests? We have 10 people, meanwhile, in our room. So everything is clear. Okay. Then thank you so much again,
thank
Dr. Capelli. We move on, and we have a next presenter. Next is Dana Bayon, presents her study on the role of AI in pharmaceutical cells, and marketing. She offers insight into how AI-driven analytics and customer engagement tools are reshaping one of the world's competitive areas, pharma. And now the floor is yours.
Good morning again. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, please share your presentation. We see you, yeah.
Yeah. Now, is it shared now?
Well, it's shared. You are presenting.
Yes. So let me first present myself. I'm an alumni of SSBM with 20 years of experience in pharma market, and I am a university lecturer. In this study, I wanted to combine both the academic level or research and the experience in pharma sales and marketing, and specifically within the AI and integration in sales and marketing. Whenever we say AI, and specifically in the pharma industry, it is as if we are in a learning or the first step in integrating it, just to compare with other forms or other businesses or industries. This is not just because they don't want to integrate it or the reluctancy, but because of many regulation within this industry itself. So I will be tackling during my study why it is a need now and not an option, and what the importance have AI brought in terms of implementation of new techniques and helping with the business in terms of human integration with a fast implementation. So let me begin by just 2 words introducing for the AI and perceiving it from the healthcare professional. They thought that it will time to replace them, especially in sales and marketing. However, the ground is totally different. The implementation of AI can begin from...
Sorry to interrupt you, Dana, because we don't see presentation. I'm not sure if you are sharing presentation or you're gonna share this, because we don't see, we see your screen shares, but there is no presentation on it. So please do it again. I guess it's a technical issue.
Let me do it again, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Now, is it shared?
Yes, now, yes. Maybe you just go to the second slide. Now you're on an introduction, yeah.
Yes. So practically AI had helped the marketing teams, and from the very beginning of the brand diagnosis and making all the study for the market to brand planning and strategy. But it wasn't specifically for the marketeers only. It was helping from the medical record to sales, to marketing, to governance, to everything. And this is what I want to highlight in this study. They have transformed...
Sorry, you can please press on the screen, because the screen is now not in the presenter view. So we have a very small window, and also we see the slides of your presentation on the left side. I guess you have to choose presenter mode, right?
Sorry for all these problems, but I will share again.
We have time, just adjust that in the right way.
Okay. Now? Is it clear now?
We see the screen, but it's black. It's your screen, it's black.
Oh. Can I use the sharing from your side? You have the presentation.
Just a second, because I have to download it first. Meanwhile, please try again to share that.
Yes, of course.
I also need the time, you know, and I don't know what is the best way to proceed with the initial view. Just a second.
I think now it's clear, no?
Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. Here's Andrew from IT support. So, Dana, you can just turn off your full screen. When you try to share screen, click share entire screen.
Okay. Okay. Let me retry it. Now?
Okay, just now you don't have to have it full screen. Just try to move slides manually.
Okay. So let me just to recap on the slide. AI had transformed enormously the pharmaceutical industry in reflecting new strategy. And by this, they have transformed from drug development, the era where most R&D and investment is taking on, and time consuming for all companies. But beside that, the marketing strategy and the patient outcomes were at the same parallel importance for implementing in a new model of AI. In a new model, in a sense that we have in our hands the prescription records, the medical imaging, the physical notes, the patient history, yet we are not transforming it to have a good impact in terms of evidence-based practice clinical trial. AI came to facilitate this, to have a fast-track clinical trials based on evidence-based medicine, and to use these data also in the effective marketing and sales strategy. Why we do all that? Because collecting information in the pharma needed not only a privacy or selecting the privacy of the patient itself, but it needs a lot of time consuming and data system. With the electronic systems and AI, we are now able to recollect all this and to use it to score it with a different perspective of tailoring even the drug development and the marketing strategy for the next step. But also this domain will highlight the impact of personalization and personalization of treatment, of course, and personalization of market development for all the marketing strategies, and respecting at the same time the compliance issue that are highly needed in this domain. So from drug discovery and clinical trials, there is also the part of genomics, phenotypic data to tailor the treatment to individual patient. Because now, with the help of AI, we are focusing from preventive medicine to personalized medicine and to individual patient, and to link the patient with the pharma and with the doctors as one entity. And this could not be of a great use except with the implementation of a new technique of AI. And it had been beautifully implemented with a high pharmacovigilance analysis to make a predictive analysis of the consumer campaign. One of it specifically that I can make an example of diabetic product or for obesity product and hypertension. But this is not the only thing. The content creation for all the new marketing campaign is now on AI to tailor it to the audience, or I might say to patient, to link them with a special tool of apps or new tools of, let's say, fast diagnosis, and to link them all to engagement with the doctors themselves and with the company and healthcare. The cycle had been provided with a good implementation of AI to optimize these efforts and ultimately to contribute in the advancement of this sector. However, taking all this aside, the regulation and the complexity of implementation within this segment sometimes jeopardize a good tailoring for the information, or even jeopardize involving engagement and therapeutical outcome. What we want to anticipate as analyticals or a learning lesson from implementation for these AI techniques is to shift the bound from not only allowing it to prioritize potential of medicine, but also to allowing everybody to be involved and to make it as a predictive tool to enhance the return on investment. That is said, to have across multiple channels in the first place, to include social media, to have digital platform, to personalize it on a different digital persona. And this is the challenge for all marketeers, to recreate everything from scratch, but with the help of AI and with a different vision. The material is different, but also it's like a storytelling and a puzzle to create all these things on a different perspective, but with ethical practice. Impact on this as a study had given us that 43% prescription increase had been seen with the real implementation of AI within the sales. And this was from many companies like Pfizer, Glaxo, Novartis, etc. It had helped tremendously on better allocation of resources in terms of salespeople, product demand, optimization of marketing channels. But this is also as important as the implementation of the link with the patient support program, like we call it in pharma, to link also the compliance treatment and enable the patient to track vital metrics on his disease, like the example I have given for glucose level, blood pressure, etc., and to give him customized communication about his adherence to treatment. The email from his physician would be as an add-on or the cherry for the follow-up with it and to protect the medical confidentiality. So AI here was to help, not to take the job of anybody, but to enable him to have a personalized and build more partnership and engagement. But of course, it needs a consent from both. So all this had played an involvement at all levels from all departments. It was not a silo technique. It is creating a nucleus within all departments and creating a new job, let's say, techniques for it. So the importance is tremendous. It is operationally efficient. It is engaging, and it had pushed authorities to rephrase the regulation, to have it improved use of all these old data, and to use it in a way to adhere with the economical effectiveness. For me, the future is to integrate it more and more into companies, to enhance it more and more in a successful way, and to have it as a patient outcome and competitive advantage. Let me conclude that it is not only on sales and marketing, but it can shift the whole environment and the business development, and it can be as a learning to have a different screen at a different level within this business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. Now we are open for the discussion. So, and I welcome questions here.
Yes.
Does anyone ask question?
Okay. I know it's a specific domain. That's why maybe it's a specific domain, but I want to integrate the study with practical things so that we can have the implementation more practical in terms of theory and practice.
Yes, that's quite relevant, especially we are here at SSBM and we are super apply-oriented school, means we have to build the bridge and bridge the gap
yes.
in communication industry and academia. And what we are trying to do with all our programs and curricular, we try to bring together our academic experience or integrate our students into industry and somehow facilitate this communication. And we, of course, focus on case study, on a real case study that we can really that can make a change in the business world. Well, this actually domain is quite interesting for me because I had experience. I have experience working in the pharma for Novartis, but it was many years ago. And I used to work for sales and marketing, Novartis vaccine and diagnostics. So, and I have a question. I see now we have one question, but I proceed with mine, and then I come to the Etam. What do you think? So just let's be more practical, yeah? Because in my time, even sales and marketing, it's all about compliance. It's all about patient data. It's all about clinical data, trial data, security that you cannot just play with, especially now it's AI and everything can easily leak and roll out. So could you please share which specific AI tools or analytical platforms are currently making the biggest impact or in pharmaceutical sales, marketing, So it's quite interesting. What do they use now? What they allow to use? Because in my time, it was like SharePoint, and we have to build this database SharePoint for sales and CRM purpose and access every single country manager individually and even restrict the access because the data, it's like really like huge security question here. Yeah.
Yes, of course. The main concern about this pharma is this regulation, the strict regulation, not only from the companies itself, but also from the health authorities, the privacy of data, and before implementing any AI tool, the consent is obligatory for the patient and from the physician. This is for sure. In terms of marketing, still many companies or many laws prohibit the direct communication with the patient. But in terms of patient support program with the AI, we have implemented the techniques of how to going into social media and how to communicate it with the chatbot and with a medical question answer that are totally tailored to this medical field. And also the key word, if you want, is to practice good governance with ethical limits, because the limitation is a huge, but the implementation in terms of communication is the AI that is taking it first place. The second place is in the clinical trial with evidence-based medicine, because the prescription records are there and it is the property of the medical institution. However, with the AI and the e-clinical forms, the clinical data, clinical trials, it is a huge implementation of this AI, and this is the core of the utmost results that everybody had gained from it in terms of, how much time and effort and investment clinical trials will take, especially, and to be practical, in the phase 3 trials, it is pushing a lot so that the launch of products will be more time consuming, but after using and after launching, gathering the data, AI is beautifully implemented in it. Yes, I hope that I have answered you.
Thank you. But can you name several, maybe a couple of the practical tools, AI, which is now in use of pharma?
Yes, of course. There are the clinical trials, ECAM, that's it, and another one for the promotional material. It is tailored to each company, so it is not a one size fits all. Each company name it at its own to create it invisibly. So this is the core in the pharma. It is not a one, let's say, one system for all. Every company, let's say Novartis, has a one AI performed by themselves. The other one, Sanofi, is, let's say, with a technique by its own. So it is not one logistics that applies for everything.
Okay, thank you. We have one more question from Eslam Bulgar. The importance of using AI is clear, but the worrying part is how we can trust it in a medical treatment and pharmaceuticals. How do you prevent AI hallucination them when using AI system and pharmaceutical research and decision making?
Exactly, to prevent, because this is health issue after all, and it's very critical, the answers. But evidence-based medicine and taking all the history and the records would make it more reliable to make future decision. And I will take one example, the robotic surgery, for example, to take the diagnosis and the decision for robotic surgery, the human support is still needed. We cannot make any AI implementation in medicine without the human intervention till now, and it is needed. And maybe this is why implementing it will make everybody release, because they are not taking their role. They are changing their role to have a good implementer of these systems, whether in surgery or in diagnosis or in treatment.
Thank you so much. I think the answer, we can't rely on AI in terms of the patient treatment. pharma production and whatever. I know that those technology now implement in this medical trial version, because it takes like 10 years until you bring from the molecular to medication. Yeah, so this is the
Exactly.
path, like minimum 10 years has to pass that new medication come to the market in case approval by the state body, yeah, medical. And so they try to implement AI help, yeah,
Yes.
in to support this process, yeah, to pass that process, to make it more quickly, faster, and sustainable. But still,
Yes.
yes, right now we can't rely. We can't rely on AI. That's a very good example. It's a ChatGPT and our students and researchers work, because we have situation when students come up with the list of reference which does not exist. It's quite often that ChatGPT provided you sources, literature, which do not exist.
Exactly. That's why human intervention is still needed, especially in this domain. And it is let's say, AI is to help making the process more faster, especially in clinical trials and in marketing within pharma industry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
see we don't have any question anymore, so means that we can move on. And we have next presenter. So this is the presentation of Gustav Lindio and Dr. Satosh Sherry. I'm apologize. I might pronounce your name in not correct way. Please just correct me, and if it's like this, yeah. And Gustav, you have exciting presentation about sustainability leadership compass, which is quite relevant and hot topic among our DBA researchers. Sustainable leadership. That's exactly, yeah. Navigating the digital green transition. Well, basically how we can make leadership sustainable. So I give you the floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much for letting me proceed. So let me see if I can share the screen well here.
Yes.
Let's see. Do you see something? Yeah.
Yes, we see a very beautiful landscape.
Yes.
It might be a desktop, yeah.
And the presentation itself, I will put here because I have. Let's see here. Just 1 second. It's a bit lagging. So. You see the full screen now?
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Gustav.
perfect. Okay, yeah. So first of all, greetings from snowy Sweden. So it's very nice to see you all. So let's start. So like you said, we will now speak a little bit more about sustainability leadership. So it's a framework my former DBA student and we have developed. So I'm Dr. Gustav Lindeus, and my colleague I was writing this research with is called Dr. Santos. So it's like a tradition. We are publishing each year. I mean, to keep the collaboration going. So I think it's very nice. So yeah, this will be the agenda for today. First, we will introduce you to the research background and objective. Second, we will dig into the literature review. Third, about the framework, then the methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. So it's pretty straightforward from a structure point of view. So currently, there is something called twin transitions. And it means that today's firms, they face pressures from a sustainability point of view and digitalization. And meanwhile, existing ESG frameworks, they do not link digitalization in a systematic way. And here, leadership is very central to breach the sustainability technology gap. So right now, there is no simple, verifiable framework linking ESG governance with digitalization. So called now the Sustainability Leadership Compass, testing it in a pilot scale across regions and sectors. So yeah. So some literature review now. Firms today, they face two major shifts, like I said before, sustainability and digitalization. And the European Union's twin transitions, they shows that these two are not separated from each other. They are crucial factors for survival for firms, so they need to work together. And this requires leaders who think in systems, act in an ethical way, and who work with a wide range of stakeholders simultaneously when pushing innovation fast forward. I mean, so the boards, they can strengthen this by linking, for example, remuneration to sustainability, securing reliable sustainability reporting, plus combining ESG and digital skills. Real-world examples, they show that digital frameworks, they can improve industrial performance. While the research is very strong, we still lack a clear, simple, and replicable way to measure this. So the framework you will soon see will fill this gap, or at least from the pilot scale. So a little bit more about the framework. We developed the framework with 4 categories with the binary indicators here. So first is the vision part with respect to CEO and CFO narratives, linking digital and sustainability teams. And then secondly, we have the governance part, such as if an ESG committee exists in the organization, if sustainability-linked remuneration exists, and if external assurance exists. So mainly those 3 parts there. And third, the digitalization part, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and ESG reporting tools. And the 4th category is external validation with respect to CDP grade and SBTi hard targets, which are 2 common public framework where you can see like climate grades and short-term impact of organizations if they are focusing on climate or not, and so forth. So combined here, these 4 categories, they measure how visible sustainability leadership is to a typical investor. So it's like a leadership KPI, not a performance KPI. So like we mentioned, we used the binary system. So a score 1 was generated if a verifiable evidence exists, otherwise it's 0. And more about the specifics soon. Actually, next slide. So we focused a lot on transparency, accessibility, and reproducibility. And like you see in the figure here, it's like a score card, you can say. So the vision, like I mentioned on the previous slide, gives score 2, and that governance 3, digital integration 3, plus the external 1, 2 there. So a total sum of 10 and an internal score of 8. So and the simple design here, it enables repeatability, and it is also scalable because it facilitates future machine learning based extractions. So it is good, it's scalable. I mean, so then you can apply it in mass. So know more about the methodological and statistical approach. And first here, I'd like to say it's very important to mention that it was a pilot test of the framework. So it's not the ranking, it's not the benchmarking of companies and so forth, which can be a bit sensitive, of course. I mean, We included 41 large listed firms across 3 regions: Europe, North America, Asia, with a few sectors: technology, industrials, energy, finance, consumers, and healthcare. Regarding the sources, we used annual reports or nearest equivalent to simulate investor realisms and comparability. We used the descriptive statistics and one-way ANOVA by region and sector, and effect size was measured with a statistical parameter called eta square. So now about the results. The average internal score was 5.66 out of 8, and the average total score was 6.3 out of 10. 27% of the samples scored at least 9 out of 10, which means like a clear leadership separation, like a clear distinguish here. So, like you see in the figure here, the distribution is right skewed with a small group of top performers. And some real-world examples of the top performers here, they include, for example, Siemens, Schneider Electric, LMVH, Tata Consultancy, Microsoft, BNP Paribas, and so forth. So some examples there. Region-wise, Europe was first with an average score of 6.93, in front of Asia at 5.75 and North America 4.4. So the regional variations here are significant, so the gap is meaningful. You may see the statistical parameters here. So as the p-value with 2%, well below the usual threshold of 5%. So plainly speaking, what's the interpretation of this? Europe's lead is strongly linked to its mature ESG frameworks, stricter requirements, and more oversight. So that's a short, concise interpretation of that. And regarding the sectors, the strongest sectors are energy and utilities, technology, and industrial, spanning with total scores from 7 to 6.2. For the sectors, the ANOVA was not statistically significant here. And one reason why is that sample sizes in each sector were small, but there is a trend here. So industries with much technology usage and innovation pressure, they tend to, or for this one, we tend to see a higher score. So that's the trend. So moving into the discussion and implications. Firstly, the framework splits well how sustainability leadership shows up across the different regions. And with this, it means that we can see and compare real differences in transparency, governance, and digitalization. Moreover, the framework pushes firms to show their digitalization and governance practices in their annual reports. This altogether both supports transparency and investor confidence. Furthermore, this framework, so it stresses several success factors in firms, such as strong ESG oversight, remunerations, and, for example, real-time sustainability monitoring. The framework itself supports more transparent investor communication and makes comparison far more reliable, especially since the sources is the annual reports or the nearest equivalent there. So the results we have that show that effective executives, they don't treat sustainability and digitalization as separate agendas or tracks. They link sustainability directly into the main strategies or digital strategies. CEOs and CFOs, they play a signaling role here. So they link long-term sustainability ambitions to technology change or technology-driven change. And finally here, the framework supports finding which firms that successfully link sustainability leadership with digitalization, and which organization that needs to work a bit more here. So some conclusions for future and some proposed future research. The Sustainability Leadership Compass is simple, verifiable, and it is an investor-friendly framework. The findings confirm Europe's leadership and reveal exploratory sectorial patterns. Using a simple focus on annual reports or equivalence to that, it ensures comparability and accessibility for investors. Since it's like the first document they see, they want to work fast and so forth. So the framework supports transparency and visibility of sustainable corporate transformations. Proposed future research, it includes, of course, expanding the data set for broader validations and weighting refinements. So for example, now going from sample size of 41 to 150, 200, sky's the limit there. So more future research may integrate artificial intelligence for large-scale evidence extraction. I don't know if you remember in the first slides, I mentioned the scalability. So the research we did here, it was extremely manual. So we downloaded the annual report, we looked up keywords and so forth. But for the future, I would strongly recommend applying artificial intelligence here to do it in large scale. The model, it might also be refined for leadership education, policy, and governance. And finally, like I said before, the framework we developed here, the Sustainability Leadership Compass, it's not a performance KPI. It's like a leadership KPI or leadership signal. So it reveals how strategy, governance, and accountability converge in practice to drive sustainability or to drive a sustainable transformation. So we see. Thank you very much. I think I was in time right. So it says 14:47. So that's good. Yes.
Yeah, I thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Gustav, for your sophisticated and relevant presentation. And now we are open for questions. Do we have any question here? So far it's not, but I do. Since existing SETG framework, environmental social governance, this framework often overlook the digital dimension ingredient component. And my question is, how does your tool, this Compass, specifically integrate digitalization with sustainable governments?
So it's the score, you know. So I don't know if you remember the figure. So the vision has one part, the governance one part, and stuff like this. So it's the whole combination. So the first part, so the vision there of the CEO and CFO, is like keywords in the reports. You know, if they mentioned carbon reduction, carbon emission reduction, for example, sustainable approaches and things like this. And then further on in the framework, there is like if digital initiatives exist there. For example, if they mention artificial intelligence project in the annual report and stuff like this. I mean, so then since the model is binary, so and it receives score 1 here. So I think it's a pretty simple and verifiable framework. So you link, scores from the sustainable part, scores from the digitalization parts, and then you just sum it up, if you know what I mean. So
Thank you. And another one in piloting this CLC model. What difference have you observed across industry or region in terms of the leadership capacity to navigate the twin transitions?
Like I mentioned in one of the slides there, the technology intensive in the industries, I mentioned a few examples there. For example, Schneider Electric, Siemens, and so forth. So there was like a trend there towards like a larger score towards these organizations there for technology intensive organizations. So.
And what about academia?
We didn't use academia in the sample there. So you saw it was, for example, technology, industrial, consumer, healthcare, things like this. So and since it was extremely manual work we decided to exclude some sectors here. So we focused on the largest listed organizations in the world there. I mean, so that's the main reason there. But it's a good proposal for future research to include, for example, academia and
That makes sense because the brain comes from academia. Now we have a quite interesting situation in terms of the AI development. The industry is the leader, when we speak about the AI development and support there, but it comes from academic brain, and the industry invests in that, and and nursing that technology. But technology came from industry, from academia, and transfer to industry where there is a growth.
That's right.
Thank you, Dr. Gustav. And I see we don't have any questions. So that's mean that we can move to the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our next presenter. Okay, we have two presenters here. Following it's Dr. Elham Bilgal and Nasser Moradi. So you will explore the intersection of strategies, sustainability, and technology in the Iranian telecom sector, with your study leveraging AI and strategic management for sustainable digital transformation. Dear Elham, the floor is yours, please. So you are mute. You have to unmute.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Meskina, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me...
just adjust your screen.
Yes.
Okay, it's the same. So can you... now we have it.
Okay. This work was completed in collaboration with my friend, Dr. Moradi from Iran Telecom, and both of us are SSBM alumni. We got our degree, DBA from SSBM, and I'm really happy and appreciated for it. And today I will be presenting our study titled Leveraging AI and Strategic Management for Sustainable Digital Transformation in Iranian Telecom Industry. Through the following 15 slides, I will cover the study from context to conclusion. I will start with the Iranian telecom landscape, then move to research purpose and gaps and hypotheses. Next, I review theoretical framework and methodology. And the main part is the result, present the results, and followed by a brief discussion and a conclusion. These slides give a quick picture of the telecom landscape in Iran, but the sector has expanded very fast. There are actually around or more about 152 million mobile connection, which means 166 penetration. Actually, many users have more than one line. And 93% of these connections support broadband, so most users have access to mobile internet, not just for calls and SMS. And despite this growth, the sector faces serious energy challenges. Power generation runs at only around 33 efficiency, and in 2024, the country had a 14 gigawatt electricity shortage, which caused frequent service interruption. Also, we are at the earliest stage of using AI. AI is still an earliest stage, limited to small pilot projects and not yet embedded strategically. And also, the sustainability concepts is not considered well in Iran, with renewable energy below 8% compared to global average of 41%. There is a real dramatical gap between these two numbers. When we look at the countries like India, UAE, and Turkey, our neighbors, where operators use AI across the whole enterprise and track carbon emissions with digital dashboards, we see that Iran has a strong potential, but still needs a more strategic and sustainable approach. Based on the challenges outlined in the previous slide, the purpose of this study is to assess the combined impact of AI capabilities and strategic management on enabling sustainable digital transformation in the telecom industry. And through a field test and also literature review, we identified several key gaps as follow: a lack of AI strategy, integration framework suited for local realities for the Iran situation, and also no practical roadmap for sustainable digital transformation. There isn't any practical one. And also we face with limited governance structure for ethical AI use and long-term alignment. And this gap clearly show why this research is really necessary, this kind of research. And about research question and hypothesis, we actually want to answer to one question. How do AI capabilities and strategic management jointly influence digital transformation and sustainability outcomes in Iran telecom sector? Based on this question, we tested 3 hypotheses, each hypothesis based on theoretical framework. The first hypothesis states that AI capabilities positively affect digital transformation, drawing on the technology acceptance model. Second hypothesis states that the strategic management positively affect digital transformation based on resource-based view and dynamic capabilities. And the third hypothesis proposes that AI capabilities positively affect sustainability outcomes supported by the triple bottom line framework. In the next slide, I will go through this theoretical framework and our proposed model. We use 4 theoretical framework. We use the technology acceptance model, which links perceived usefulness to AI adoption and digital transformation. Then we use a resource-based view and dynamic capabilities, which explain how a strategic planning and resource alignments support transformation. And the triple bottom line add the economic, environmental, and social dimension of sustainability. Based on this framework, our conceptual model, which we can see here as well, proposed three relationships. AI capabilities lead to digital transformation. Strategic management lead to have an influence on digital transformation as a direct predictor. And also we consider that AI capabilities can affect directly on sustainability outcomes. In this research, actually we test all these three. There are more relationship we tested in our broader research. But for this conference, we just reported only these relationships. And about our methodology, actually our broader research was a mixed method design. We conducted both qualitative and quantitative design, but we present the result only the quantitative part. We collected data from 300 respondents with the based on the Morgan formula for the 90% confidence, and we use 5-point Likert scale surveys from the major operators in Iran, like Irancell and Ritel and the Mobilnet, and the participants were among the managers. And we use SPSS and other software for data analysis. And this actually slides show our demographic and descriptive data. Descriptive statistics show that the most participants are male. It's common in Iran in some industries. The more employees are male, and they are well educated, with 57% holding a master degree or PhD. In addition, if we add these two numbers, we can say that about 75% have more than 6 years of work experience. This provides a sample with relatively high professional background and expertise. Actually, we test AI adoption, predictive analytics, as we can see here in this table. Predictive analytics has the highest score, while NLP and chatbots are still at an earlier stage, actually in Iran, and process automation and machine learning fall in the moderate range. And for the readiness dimensions of our organization, strategic alignment is the strongest part of the organization readiness, and innovation culture is also relatively strong. However, sustainability orientation is the weakest area, unfortunately, meaning environmental and social goals receive less attention and need improvement in Iran. And the first step for data analysis was refinement the item. This slide shows how we refine the survey items by checking their factor loading. Items with loading below the 0.3, such as customer support or developing a strategy or empowering staff, were removed. Since these items only explain about 9% and less of the construct, and items such as R&D and data analytics or automation preserved. They are got the loading level above 0.5. They explain around 25 or more of the construct variation. we preserved them. This refinement guaranteed that only a strong and dependable components are included in the final measurement model. After refining the items, we conduct a confirmatory factor analysis to test whether the remaining items reliably measure their intended construct. We had 4 construct: AI capabilities, strategic management, sustainability outcomes, and digital transformation. The results show that all constructs meet the standard threshold. As we can see here, the standard threshold is for alpha and CR more than the figures must be above the 0.7, and for AVE must be the result must be above the 0.5, and the results show that all meet the threshold, the standard threshold. And we also checked the discriminant validity, which confirmed that the 4 constraints are distinct from one another. There isn't any overlap. Overall, the CFA results support the quality and structure of our measurement model. Then after item refinement and checking, conducting the CFA test to confirm that the remaining items were reliable and valid, we use a structural equation modeling to test the relationship between the construct. The SEM results show that all 3 paths are significant and meet the common threshold for t-value and p-values. The strongest path was AI capabilities to digital transformation with the beta equal to 0.61, and then strategic management as a direct predictor to digital transformation, and also the AI capabilities. Together, when we actually calculated the R-square for these 2 paths, together, strategic management and AI capabilities explain about 52% of variance in digital transformation, and AI capabilities alone explain 23% in sustainability as a direct predictor. We have this line here. We didn't report it here, but we tested in our broader research. And also, we didn't check the strategic management role in sustainability, because actually in Iran, strategic management is all about surviving and operation and competition, not about sustainability concepts. Maybe we can consider it as a moderator, not as a direct predictor. And also we checked how well the overall model fit the data by using common model fit indices. Each indices has a recommended threshold, and our results all fall within the acceptable or good grade. As we can see here, all are acceptable or good fit. And this slide highlights what our results mean. We found that AI capabilities and strategic management work together to drive digital transformation, and AI has the strongest effect. AI also help improve sustainability outcomes, showing that digital tools can support environmental and social goals, even maybe economical. Not at first, actually. Overall transformation needs both technology and good strategic coordination. For academics, the study links several theories and adds evidence from a less studied context. For industry and policy, the message is that companies and policymakers actually build AI capabilities and strategic alignment at the same time. and national digital policies should include clear sustainability targets and regulatory for it. And to conclude, our result confirm all three paths: digital transformation to digital AI capabilities to digital transformation, AI capabilities to sustainability, and also strategic management to digital transformation. And for the future study, should use objective performance measure. We just use the self-reported data because of the confidential, and also we didn't access to KPIs and data of the operators. Also, maybe benchmarking with other companies in abroad with different countries can be a good result, making a good result. And also longitudinal research can be a good because we need to monitor every any item, how and what changes during the time. And thank you, and I welcome any question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elham. Now we are open floor for the questions. So please send your question in the chat. So far, I don't have any of them. I have a question.
Yes.
First of all, I thank you for your presentation. And from your findings, what are the main barriers, technical, organization, regulatory, any, that telecom companies in Iran faced when they trying to integrate AI into sustainable strategy? And how might this be overcome if,
Yeah, actually, there isn't any documented regulatory for sustainability and also integrating AI. Most of the project is in the pilot stage, and some of the companies try to integrate AI for marketing and content marketing, actually. But there are some rules for ethical consideration and for preventing leaking data, but there isn't very strict regulatory and actually documented explanation and training about how companies can integrate AI and in which process they can use AI. So actually, in Iran, we are at the first stage of using AI in telecommunication, but this industry is a pioneer among the other industries.
Thank you so much. I see one question from Indra Bunic. Your presentation was excellent and your research was insightful. Did you tackle ethical decision-making and its impact?
Actually, we didn't check the ethical decision-making, but we put this question among our survey and asked ask about this from the manager and participants if they think that using AI may be bad for ethical consideration, or maybe they using the AI can cause problem for ethical consideration. They all said that yes, that's why we actually don't want to go through the AI very quickly, and we need to go through it step by step and check it when we actually be sure about anything. And most of it is about ethical consideration, and that's why strategic management has hesitate about using AI and also sustainability, because they all think about competition and think about actually the secure connection, making secure connection for the audience. And if they use AI and they say that all of our process is supported by AI, maybe they show that maybe there are some security problem may happens. So they try to integrate AI very by step by step, not very quickly.
Thank you so much. Ethical question and AI, it still remains a question because we don't have general regulation in this area. And since this year at UN in Geneva, they created platform, special aim to provide solution for that kind of issue, ethical regulations and AI. And right now they form a committee from different kind of experts who are engaged in different type of AI application to form ethical recommendation that UN then later will provide and share with industries, with society, just to implement. UN, all decision of UN, they have consultant status. So again, companies and industry, they are free to implement or not implement, but still ethical question remains an ethical question. So it's the matter of the company who apply AI and use AI to do something with that.
And of course, it depends on it differs from country to country, from industry to industry, and it's really controversial, actually, topic to providing exact regulation and exact documented ethical consideration rule, because it depends on the society, it depends on the politics, it depends on a lot of factors in every situation. And in Iran, we have a lot of actually consideration to use AI freely, and also internet connection and other issues.
Thank you so much. You are able to see the chat, right, Elham, because you have proposal from Indira Bunic to just share the results and maybe work on this topic together. She offered the collaboration and assistance, and
it's my
feel
pleasure.
free to connect. IBIS conference is also a platform for networking, for connection. And just feel free to share your ideas after that, send emails. It's always good to create. We are basically creating knowledge by sharing our ideas and presentation and facilitated communications.
Thank you.
So far, I don't see any question in the chat. That means we are slowly but surely moving to our next presenter. And that's going to be our current DBA researcher, Mr. Shiv Prasad Laut, who examines one of the most promising global clean energy pathways, green hydrogen. And his presentation, The Evolving Journey of Green Hydrogen in India's Progress Towards Net Zero Carbon Emissions, highlights India's technological, economic, and policy innovation as it moves toward a carbon neutral future. Super controversial and also relevant topic for the current discussion. Mr. Shiv Prasad, I give you floor. You're welcome. We can hear you. You are mute. You are still mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. I'll just share my screen.
Please. Take your time, adjust your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, now you have to go to presenter view. What about you just click on this sign at the right corner down? This is like presenter view. I guess that's how.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You can see me now? You can see this?
I can see the screen, but you are not in the presenter view.
1 minute. You can see this in my slide?
We see your slides, we see also you, but you have to move to presenter view because we see basically all your slides on the left and the slides.
Yeah. I'll do that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Now, perfect. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good morning to those who are in... Just a minute. So my the thesis which I have completed is on the evolving journey of green hydrogen in India's progress towards net zero carbon emissions. So basically, India's rapid economic growth and the population have obviously created a high energy demand. And, as per the International Energy Agency, 80.9% of the world's energy is from fossil fuels, and that contributes to major greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, transition to sustainable and renewable sources of energy is critical. India today ranks third in the global CO2 emissions, 6.99% of the total. In fact, China is 32.88% and USA is 12.6%. So it's comparatively much less. So we are ranking third. Heavy dependence is there on coal imports currently, and there's therefore an urgent need for clean, reliable, and affordable energy systems. India aims to be energy independent by 2047 and attain net zero carbon emissions by 2070. And therefore, as a renewably powered electrolysis product, green hydrogen has the potential to revolutionize the journey of India to net zero. If I have to tell you about the green hydrogen in the Indian context, it has emerged as a pivotal component of India's decarbonization pathways. Today the hard to abate sectors, that is fertilizer, steel, long haul transportation, they all are contributing to a lot of greenhouse gases, and therefore green hydrogen has emerged as a pivotal component in transforming it. The primary objective is obviously the reduction of carbon emissions across key sectors, and India aims to significantly scale up the production to 5 million metric tons annually by 2030. Although the cost trajectory for green hydrogen is downwards, even optimistic projections would say that it will remain around $2 per kilogram by 2030. Although it is often cited that $1 per kilogram global competitiveness target, but still it's much better if you're going to reach that. Obviously, why you're going to be declining the price of green hydrogen is because of the reduction in the renewable energy supply costs. There is improved electrolyzer efficiency, which you're expecting. And most importantly, the Indian government's incentives, notably through the National Green Hydrogen Mission. I'll touch upon the National Green Hydrogen Mission in my next slide. The strategic interventions and India's policy push towards a green hydrogen economy, which will establish a framework for production, consumption, and export of green hydrogen. It's a unique opportunity for India to capitalize on its abundant renewable energy and land resources, leading to the excess green hydrogen to be exported. The National Green Hydrogen Mission was launched by the government in January 2023, and the goal is to have by 2030 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen per year. Investment which has been earmarked is about INR 197.44 billion, that is approximately 2.37 billion US dollars. There are strategic hydrogen innovation partnerships which are being outlined and which are being going to be supported. There are dedicated R&D funds are going to be established to solve the bottlenecks across the green hydrogen value chain. 600,000 new jobs are expected in the green hydrogen sector. And whilst doing that, obviously, there's going to be a 50 million metric tons carbon dioxide reduction. So what are the socio-economic, environmental, and sectoral impacts? Which we have seen there have been wider socio-economic sectoral ramifications. The hydrogen generated from renewables will be attracting as a substitute for fossil fuels. Integration of green hydrogen will create job creation, energy independence, long-term fiscal savings because you're going to offset fossil fuel imports. Clean energy expansion could help India avoid up to $240 billion in fossil fuel costs by 2047, saving the consumers an estimated $2.5 trillion and averting effects of air pollution. Additional studies have stressed that green hydrogen's potential to drive distributed energy access, especially in rural and remote communities via microgrids and localized renewable energy integration. The case for green hydrogen in transportation is strong, especially for long-haul shipping and aviation, but requires cost reductions, infrastructure development, and regulatory clarity. Globally, in fact, green hydrogen is seen as a catalyst for not just environmental, but also social and economic transformation, and similar will be the case for India. So what was the research methodology which was used? This study had employed a mixed methods strategy to illuminate the role of green hydrogen in India's efforts in its journey towards net zero carbon emissions by 2070. There were quantitative surveys and qualitative interviews, and this mixed method study enabled a multidimensional analysis of policy efficacy, industry readiness, infrastructure status, and different viewpoints of different stakeholders. The key theoretical constructs were operationalized with specific indicators enabling both macro-level analysis of national policy frameworks and micro-level examination of implementation practices. The stakeholders who were interviewed and the stakeholders who were even surveyed were including high-ranking government and business officials, prominent figures in the hydrogen industry and finance sector. They were all surveyed using structured Likert scale and multiple choice questions to measure their opinions on policy, industry trends, and technical challenges. To round out the quantitative part, in-depth interviews with public officials and leaders in the private sector. These interviews dwelled into the qualitative topics to find out the investor sentiment, safety protocols, regulatory bottlenecks, and scalability strategies, and the results were thematically analyzed. In addition, what I did was also I went through secondary sources. I saw official policy papers, company reports, scholarly articles. These were all part of the data gathering process. The quantitative data was analyzed using SPSS, that is the statistical packages for social sciences, for descriptive statistics as well as for correlation and regression. The qualitative replies, as I said, were structured according to recurrent themes and strategic priorities. The sampling was guided by inclusion criteria, emphasizing expertise, decision-making roles, and direct involvement in green hydrogen with convenience sampling. The combination of stakeholder surveys with interviews and secondary data review yielded a nuanced, data-driven understanding of enablers and barriers within the Indian green hydrogen sector. So what are the results and the discussion which we had? The research delves into the changing function of green hydrogen as India moves closer to its goal of net zero carbon emissions. There is particular emphasis on the National Green Hydrogen Mission program, which began in January 23, as I said. By 2030, the goal is to manufacture 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen, with India poised to surpass in the process US and EU as the leading producers. The green hydrogen ecosystem in India is characterized by a diverse array of ongoing and planned projects, although many of them are still in the early development stages. Let me tell you that green hydrogen sector as such is a nascent sector. So there is a lot of progress being done, and the progress is in the right direction. As I mentioned, the government has already committed significant financial resources dedicated to green hydrogen promotion. And this is a robust policy push to give aside $2.37 billion. So what is the institutional and project landscape which we have seen? The project portfolio, currently there are about 143 recorded initiatives, and these have been recorded by S&P as of March 2025. The pilot and demonstration plants have been distributed across various states: Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Maharashtra. There are several states which have already started this. Key projects are there, including Acme's Cleantech's green amino hydrogen production, Bharat Petroleum, that's a public sector refinery-based hydrogen production. And there are emerging hubs by government-linked entities such as SJVN and NTPC. NTPC is the public sector undertaking of the central government, and SJVN is a joint collaboration between the Union government and the state of Himachal Pradesh. Despite promising growth, I must tell you the cumulative installed electrolyzer power approximates only 5 to 6 megawatts, corresponding to about 3,000 to 4,000 annual tons of annual hydrogen production currently. As I mentioned, the development status highlights a nascent sector that has yet to gain full momentum through scale-up. The policy framework and initiatives, to repeat again, is mainly an NGHM, which is the National Green Hydrogen Mission, and it includes auction mechanisms that offer subsidies scaled to projected hydrogen prices, upfront financial incentives aimed at reducing the cost gap against grey hydrogen. Grey hydrogen is what is manufactured through fossil fuels, the gas that is grey hydrogen. Stakeholder perceptions: 60% of the stakeholders viewed government policies as supportive. However, considerable skepticism persists regarding the clarity of the regulation, implementation, and the financial incentives. Notably, about one-third of the respondents considered current subsidies to be sufficient, indicating an imperative to strengthen financial mechanisms to spur industrial uptake. Slight bureaucratic inertia and regulatory delays are there, which could further hinder adoption, echoing concerns of fragmented institutional coordination. There were about 5 industry players which I had actually studied. One is JSW Energy, Reliance Energy, Adani Energy, Greenco, and Hero Future Energies. So their corporate progress and their financial health was taken into consideration. Their annual investment in green hydrogen was analyzed. How much is their renewable energy share? How much is the return on equity, their debt equity ratio? All that was analyzed for these 5 companies. The stakeholder readiness and collaboration. I must tell you that the survey's internal reliability confirmed the consistency of stakeholder responses, because the Cronbach's alpha was 0.942. As you may be aware, if the Cronbach's alpha is more than 0.90, 0.90, it means that the responses are confirming reliability and consistency. The respondents exhibited moderate confidence in technological readiness, because now I'm talking about stakeholder readiness and collaboration. So there was a mean of 2.54 for technological readiness, mean of 2.36 for workforce readiness, which highlights capacity gaps. Financial readiness scored higher. There was a mean of 2.86, though I would say it's still slightly subdued relative to ideal preparedness. Industry-wide collaboration remains lukewarm with a mean of 3.04, reflecting limited but emerging cooperative structures. Correlation analysis validates significant positive relationships between readiness dimensions and collaboration. These results underline the importance of simultaneous advancement in technology, finance, and skilled labor to foster inter-organizational partnership, which is absolutely necessary for scaling of green hydrogen. The infrastructure, investment, and scalability challenges. The investor perception here was that the respondents provided guarded appraisals of the existing infrastructure. Roughly 60% felt the current green hydrogen infrastructure is about inadequate for large-scale adoption. Investment strategies were perceived as inconsistent, with a significant number unsure about concrete expansion plans. Though financing was capitalized by government incentives, it still needs sufficient coordination. And the scalability was found was strongly linked to the storage capabilities, and government-private sector collaboration. There was a Spearman's, the correlation of greater than 0.6. Yet, transportation logistics for hydrogen currently remains costly and inefficient, demanding urgent technological interventions, which I'm sure will surely come in. Safety concerns and risk mitigation was also analyzed. Safety protocols for green hydrogen received mixed evaluations. About 28% believed organizational adherence to safety regulations is robust, while 36% thought it is inadequate for emergency preparedness. Training and awareness were highlighted as critical deficits, with calls for specialized programs to manage hydrogen's volatility. Also, significant percentage of respondents expressed concerns over the maturity of regulatory frameworks governing green hydrogen safety. With incidents of legal leakage and explosion, there are rare as of now, but not negligible, and therefore efforts need to be made, strong dedicated efforts need to be made to improve the safety with continuous investment in leak-proof infrastructure, advanced safety technologies, which are crucial, for maintaining the operational integrity and public acceptance. The statistical testing and hypothesis was done with the SPSS at regression analysis, examined the links between policy effectiveness and adoption readiness, demonstrated limited explanatory power, implying policy alone cannot drive industry preparedness. In contrast, technological, financial, and workforce readiness significantly predicted collaboration propensity among stakeholders. Financial support mechanism was the primary factor, inversely correlated with risk perceptions, suggesting that government and institutions play a significant role in de-risking investments. Infrastructure adequacy showed negligible impact on risk perception, highlighting the need for more integrated ecosystem strengthening. Safety-related regression analysis confirmed that workforce training and emergency preparedness substantially reduced the likelihood of incidents, supporting a dedicated focus on capacity building alongside technological upgrades. So to conclude, this study critically examined the evolving role of green hydrogen in India's transition towards net zero, focusing on policy frameworks, industry readiness, financial mechanisms, and operational enablers. The national policies and incentive schemes, they provide a foundational push. Key internal factors such as technological maturity, availability of skilled force, and financial stability within firms, these emerged as critical determinants enabling collaborative innovation and scaling of green hydrogen technologies. The study also highlighted that infrastructure development and financial instruments, including concessional loans, risk-sharing mechanisms, these are pivotal in reducing investment risks and encouraging broader participation by private and financial sectors. It also emphasized the necessity of a systems approach to overcome scalability challenges in green hydrogen adoption. Adequate hydrogen storage capacity, robust, as we call it, PPP, public-private partnerships, and aligned regulatory frameworks are essential to ensure a smooth transition from the pilot projects to commercial scale operations. Safety protocols and training were equally identified as key to building trust and operational reliability, given hydrogen's inherent risks. In conclusion, I would say advancing India's green hydrogen ecosystem requires integrated efforts that combine policy clarity, technological advancements, human capital development, financial innovation, and safety assurance. Such a comprehensive approach, as I've said, will not only accelerate the domestic adoption of green hydrogen, but also position India as a competitive player in the global green hydrogen economy. Let me tell you that India is now going to be a global hub for green hydrogen because the global demand is going to be much more and the supply is going to be less, and most of it is going to come from India because of the renewable energy abundance which is available, the renewable energy sources which are available in India. And this will obviously contribute significantly to the SDG and the climate goals. Thank you.
I thank you. I thank you for your presentation, Mr. Shiv Prasad. Now we have time for questions. So far, I don't see any, but I have a question for you. What do you think? Which of these three dimensions, like technological innovation, economic viability and political support is the most decisive important for scaling green hydrogen adoption?
I would tell you all three go together.
But like I will speak about like decision making here, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, as you said, the government decision is obviously going to be the prime importance. But it's one thing. It's good that the government is focused, and that is why they had made this mission, which is giving the plan for making green hydrogen in India as a hub for the globe. So obviously, yes, it is the policies first, but technological readiness and economic viability are equally important determinants.
And how can we change society? Because it requires like big switch of mindset.
Yes,
About India, it's like 2 billion of populated subcontinent.
So it is not just in India; it is everywhere. You know that if this mindset that we have to be less on use of coal and fossil fuels and more on just now as we are speaking, COP30 is going on in Brazil to discuss about this very same issues, right? So it is all the countries, 195 countries are coming together. The problem is it's an evolving issue which everyone is trying to address. But in this entire this entire scope, I thought of narrowing down to renewable energy and then narrowing down to even green hydrogen, and seeing that because it is a cultural, the mindset is definitely going to play a role, but as there's got a lot of training, awareness campaigns, these are all going to change the mindset.
Thank you so much. So far we don't have any questions, so that means we are slightly moving to our final presentation for first session for the first part of our presentation, and we close this part with the Dr. Isam and his presentation, roadmap to emission reduction in the energy sector. So this is the work co-authored by Dr. Provodnikova, and their work provides a comprehensive look at strategies, challenges, opportunities for decarbonizing the energy industry. Also quite promising, challenging today. So, Dr. Isam, the floor is yours. You are very welcome.
So, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
I just probably need to share my screen.
Yes, please adjust your.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, now you have to move to presenter view.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. I think. So can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. And you can hear me well, right?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're joining us from. First, I would like to thank the organizers and for putting all the efforts they put in to get all of us together on this platform to discuss some important topics. I'm Dr. Isam Borgel, presenting this work jointly with Dr. Anna Provodnikova. Our study basically focuses on developing a practical and effective roadmap to reduce emissions in the energy sector specifically, and the fuel processing environment where reduction efforts are more complex. The context of the study is straightforward. As you know, these days the regulatory environmental regulatory is tightening. Stakeholders expect credible and sustainable actions, and energy companies must to evolve to reduce the footprint on our environment. However, many organizations struggle with unclear strategies, weak baselines, or initiatives that basically Most of them, they don't survive beyond pilot stage. So the purpose of this study is to help we tried with Dr. Anna to develop or something for the organization that help us, a roadmap that help organizations to build a strong foundation, strategic, operational, and leadership driven. So emissions control becomes systematic, not always like a reactive approach. As you know, as you may know, emissions control in fossil fuels operations is critical for one simple reason. Fossil fuels still dominate the global energy system today. Nearly 80% of the world total energy supplies come from fossil fuel. And these fuels basically account for around 90% of the global carbon emissions. This means that any meaningful progress in climate mitigation must start with controlling emissions from fossil fuel production, processing, and combustion. Even small improvement in efficiency, leak prevention, flaring reduction, or methane control can deliver massive global impact simply because the scale of fossil fuel is so huge. In another word, until the global energy mix shifts, improving emissions performance in the fossil fuel system remains one of the fastest and probably the most effective pathways to reduce overall greenhouse gases emissions. So in general, in the fossil fuel processing facilities, emissions come from many interconnected sources across the plant. They are typically classified into two main categories. The first category is the working losses. These occur during normal operations, maintenance, product transfer, and even from unplanned releases during processing or combustions. There are emissions directly linked how the system is being operated. The second category is standing losses. There are emissions that occur when equipment is not actively operating. They are driven by the equipment design, the integrity, and the environment conditions such as heat, pressure, and weather fluctuation. Understanding both categories is essential for identifying where emissions came from and for developing an effective monitoring and reduction strategies. As you can see on screen, the study basically identified a total of K15 challenges that hinder effective emissions reduction. Social and political barriers like misinformation, fragmented stakeholders' position between environmentalists and operators, and also geopolitical instability, that's what is happening in Europe now, and scaling back from the commitments to environment that undermine the trust and slow down climate commitments. At the regulatory level, many guidelines and existing today is like clear, measurable expectations, leaving companies unsure about priorities and timelines. Inside organizations, culture plays a major role, especially when production and cost takes precedence over sustainability. Emissions efforts became superficial. Many companies a long-term vision, consistent strategy, and strong leadership commitment, which causes fragmented actions, shifting priorities, and weak accountability. Limited workforce education and weak competency in emissions processes reduce ownership and effectiveness. Emissions risks are sometimes undervalued in enterprise risk assessment. And lack of also proper, I would say, streamlined roadmap. Sometimes that takes companies or lead companies to skip some low-hanging fruits or simple low-cost opportunities, instead pursue a complex project that delay the progress and sometimes lead to failures. Another major issue is poor data. Unreliable baselines, inconsistent monitoring, and limited real-time systems make it difficult to measure the progress and measure the success or the failure, the results. Emissions efforts also remain poorly integrated with process safety and maintenance and reliability, increasing operational risks. And also, one of the biggest challenges that organization faces these days is the adoption of technologies without really that is driven basically by not based on strategy and proper change management. In addition to that is the aging infrastructure and asset integrity due to either inadequate maintenance as well, further contributes to leaks and unplanned releases. Finally, progress remains slow in deploying advanced technologies such as vapor recovery systems, flare gas recovery, and carbon capture due to cost, complexity, and the challenges of retrofitting older facilities. Together, these barriers create hesitation, slow implementation, and prevent emissions reduction from becoming a true integrated and sustainable part of, I would say, the operational excellence management systems within organizations in the fossil fuel industry. To overcome these challenges, fossil fuel process plants need structured and integrated emissions management framework, one that creates consistency, accountability, and measurable results at every operational level in the organizations. This framework is built around three main pillars or core steps. The first one is cultural transformation and organizational alignment, ensuring leadership commitment, workforce engagement, and shared vision for emissions reduction. The second is emissions inventory and assessment, establishing clear baseline, identifying emissions resources, and using reliable data to guide priorities. And the third is emissions control strategy implementation, what targeted action, technologies, and continuous improvement processes are deployed to achieve tangible reduction. Together, these three pillars create practical, scalable approach that embeds emissions management into daily operations and long-term business strategy. I'm going to show a little bit an overview of the roadmap. That basically the roadmap is outlined in 8 steps, end-to-end approach to achieving sustainable emissions control in fossil fuel process plants. It's began with building the right foundation through cultural transformation and establishing clear mission, vision, securing strong leadership, and developing workforce. These are very important. These changes, these improvements are crucial within any organization that want to pursue a program or an initiative for emissions reduction, because if the leadership is not committed, or your work or your vision is not clear, or your process is broken, that probably the technology may not help you a lot, no matter how smart the technology is. Then it moves into technical rigor by creating a comprehensive emissions inventory. I'm sure you're all familiar with this say that if you don't know something or you don't understand something, you cannot fix it. Most of the time, organization, they jump to trying to fix the problem without really understanding the baselines, where the emissions come from, how much emissions you're emitting, or how much emissions, and the impact. Then after that, we go to conducting risk and benefit assessment. Most of those risk-benefit assessments are conducted in isolation, but if you want to make a strong business case, because these emissions basically, they are not only impacting the atmosphere, but they are creating a hazardous environment, because all these vapors are flammable and explosive, and ensuring alignment also with the regulatory requirement. Finally, the roadmap focuses on implementation. starting with pilot project, validating through management of change, and once through the pilot projects, basically you can work all the bugs out, you can solve all the challenges, go to the blind spot that can basically hinder your full-scale implementation. Then when you go to the full-scale implementation, you have to follow that. Like you have to embed or integrate that with all your integrated or with all your management systems, so it became part of your daily business. Together, these steps create structured, practical, and repeatable pathway for embedding emissions control in everyday operations and long-term strategy. So with this, I got to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Emissions reduction is achievable, definitely, but only through structured, risk-based, and leadership-driven approach. We hope this roadmap provides clear path for organizations striving for meaningful and sustainable change. If you need further details or you'd like to discuss specific applications, please feel free to contact me. My email is on screen, and also I have profile on LinkedIn. Feel free to contact me, or if you have any questions, if you need to have more discussion about this. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to fire them up to me.
I thank you, Dr. Assam, for your sophisticated presentation. It's quite insightful referat. So far, I don't see any questions in the chat. However, I have questions. Given the fact that you are expert in this area, you do research in this area, and the topic is quite in demand, and it's controversial topic. There's lots of, let's say, fights around that in certain scholars' crisis. So what do you think in your roadmap for emissions reduction? Which strategies do you see are as most immediately actionable for the energy sector? And how do they balance the technical, economical, policy challenges that often slow down these this kind of efforts? Yeah, when we speak about decarbonization.
I think the first question. Thank you very much. It's a good question, actually. I keep answering this question because the first thing is education and awareness. Because we need to understand if the organization, if the personnel doesn't understand the risk of emissions, then probably no matter what the system you have or the technology you adapt, it will not work. So we need to start. The first major step is the culture change, educating people about the risk of emissions, why it's important to control these emissions. The second one is, and that starts, like when I say, it starts basically with the top level of the organization, because if your leadership is not committed to this, then probably you might not have success. Another thing that is important is the vision of the organization. Why? Like what organization want to achieve from implementing emissions? Why? Because or emissions control, because most of the time it's basically driven by the regulator. But if we go and dig deeper, there is more to that. It's not only about compliance. It's about spreading the culture of we have only one Earth, we have only one globe. So we haven't figured out now until to go how to go or survive on another planet. And these emissions, global warming, climate change, and health, and basically of the humankind is important. That's why we need to care about this to start with. The second thing is, like, controlling your emissions. It can help you in so many different ways, because especially when I talk about the oil and gas business, where basically all the products and flammable and explosive. So keeping emitting all these vapors to atmosphere, it's just making your environment rich with vapors and with basically the presence of a hot work or fire that will lead in an explosion or basically disaster. And if you look at the incident investigations for major incidents, you hear a lot about this. So, something that I can always emphasize is the honesty, and I repeat, the honesty of the organization in pursuing climate or pursuing emissions reduction, because most of the time it's just a number, it's just another dashboard, it's just another marketing. So what I noticed is like there is no people are not putting their heart to this or to solve this issue. I hope I answered this question.
Yes, thank you. You answered question. I see we don't have any question. Is it really like this? We don't have any in the chat. So if you have any question, please feel to put them in chat. Okay, if we don't have any questions, so we will have a lunch break now, and I have important information. Maybe you are aware about that, maybe not. So after lunch, and 1:30 p.m. at the Zurich time, we will meet in room number 1 at 1:30. Because we will have a guest speaker referended. So 1:30, we're gonna meet in room number 1. You will use the link from the room number 1.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is clear. If you have a question to me, please also put it in the chat. So I'm more than happy to provide you any information. And also, I will encourage you, if you have any ideas, let's say any thoughts, concerns, whatever you might have, please address it to me, drop me a line. I guess all of you know my email, so meskina@ssbm.ch. So, because I'm a head of academic program here, and I can provide you any answer. And also, we are quite open to collaboration. If you initiate any research project, you have ideas, so let's discuss it together. As I see, we went through really emerging topics like digital transformation, green energy, emissions reduction. So the basically ethical question of AI application, machine learning, like Dr. Chris pointed out in terms of the, let's say, leadership concerns and etc. How to train, how to find the patterns of these restraints. Though those topics are like super exciting, interesting, relevant, don't hesitate to share your thoughts. And so far we are done for the first session. So I wish you bon appetit, and see you at 1:30 in room number 1.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I see we have 8 participants, no, 7. 7. So we are missing 2 participants. So I hope they will join us in our afternoon journey. I hope you are doing well, dear colleagues.
Good, thank you.
Okay, let's get started. I hope more people will join us later on. And I'm welcome all of you to the second part. Welcome back to the second part of today's research presentation. This session continues our exploration of how digital innovation, sustainability, emerging technologies reshaping organizations, leadership, and in total our society. Today we have 9 studies, and you will hear from different sectors, different regions. Yet they have shared a common ambition to understand how this technology and human intention can work together to create value, to create more secure future, if it's possible. Let's get started. We begin with the first presentation, and this is Dr. Ashwini Kumar, who present risk-based green DevSecOps. He will explain what does it mean. This work introduces a risk maturity assessment framework designed to support secure and climate-conscious cloud operation, an essential contribution as organizations worldwide face increasing pressure to integrate cybersecurity and operation efficiency and responsibility. Dr. Ashwini, the floor is yours. I see your presentation well shared. Please go ahead.
Greetings, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ashwini Kumar Rath. I'm DBA from SSBM Geneva, a risk-based green DevSecOps, a risk maturity assessment framework for secure, climate-conscious cloud operations. The background particularly is because post-COVID and with the rise of AI, the technology sector contributing significantly to global carbon emissions, and particularly emerging policies like EU CSRD ESG mandates currently require organizations to measure and report their IT environmental footprint. And on the other hand, DevSecOps emphasizes speed and security, but often ignores sustainability. And there is no unified framework to integrate sustainability directly into DevSecOps pipelines. So our goal is to develop a structured method to make DevSecOps climate conscious and compliance ready. So when we say climate conscious, particularly ecological sustainability. And our research objective are, first is introducing the Risk Maturity Assessment Framework, or RMAF, for green DevSecOps. The second is to embed ecological sustainability into risk management process. A third is to provide a maturity model and quantitative scoring to assess and improve sustainability in DevSecOps processes. In terms of drivers into policy and compliance, as I spoke initially, EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is called EU CSRD, this mandates carbon or energy disclosures, and RMF links these requirements directly to day-to-day DevSecOps practices. And ESG ratings, they require measurable environmental and governance metrics. So we have adopted mixed method approach, interviews and surveys. Through interviews, we have identified gaps and barriers. And through surveys, we have validated and prioritized factors. Particularly, we have developed the framework based on existing models like the risk and insurance management, the risk maturity model, and OWASP DevSecOps maturity model. And we have iteratively refined it through the review by industry experts, academic advisors, through case studies. The concept of RMAF, it integrates sustainability risk alongside security and operational risk. It provides a structured assessment across 4 dimensions. First is governance and policy alignment. Second is process integration. Third is technology and automation readiness. And fourth is culture and organizational adoption. So these are the 4 pillars, 4 dimensions around which the RMF has been structured. And there are 5 maturity levels. The lowest one is ad hoc, where no structured practices are followed and awareness is absent. The reactive level, where the organization responds after issues and they use ad hoc tools. The defined level, where the metrics are identified and initial automation process has been done. Managed level, which is the 4th one, which does basically ensures continuous monitoring, KPIs and accountabilities have been determined. The highest category, which is optimized, this is where AI-driven energy optimization have been achieved, and there is a leadership role has also been defined for the purpose. Then the quantitative scoring model that we have defined, we have gone through weighted criteria, which are totaling into 100 points. And these are carbon tracking, which is 25%, and energy impact, because it's a directly related, so 1/3 of it from the survey, so it's 30%. And carbon tracking, which is not directly the impact because it's the process, that's why we have kept it 25%. Resource optimization is 20%, and security and compliance have been put 25%. So basically, to create a Likert scale that generates a numeric score between 1 to 10 and the maturity level, it helps benchmark progress and track improvement over time. This is particularly has come from the survey, and we have taken the criteria in this format. And this particular framework, which aligns with broadly DevSecOps principles. The first is automation, by embedding green metrics in CI/CD pipelines, like operational security and the development parameters. Similarly, the green metrics have been embedded into the automation process, and continuous monitoring, where we have added energy and carbon dashboards apart from the DevSecOps process. It also includes risk management, which is treating sustainability as a first-class risk factor. And it also introduces a culture that trains teams and rewards green innovation. The compliance mapping, that is CSRD or ESG area, particularly the 4 areas that we look at. One is carbon and energy disclosures. This is achieved in the RMF, particularly through process integration and automation. And then the governance and risk sections, this is basically supported by RMF through governance and policy alignments. ESG quantitative ratings, that is achieved through RMF risk scoring, which I basically described, and the social governance, which is achieved through cultural adoption. So the CSRD and ESG, particularly these four areas have been achieved through RMF through the mentioned methods. And then we proposed a SME case study, small and medium enterprises case study. The objective is to evaluate RMAF in a real world small to medium enterprise. And there are 4 phases through which this can be achieved. The first is the baseline. So baseline is particularly to conduct interviews, and we study per built how much energy consumption is done, carbon emission has been done. So the carbon disclosure is done per built. So that's basically at the current level. So once we do that, then we calculate the gaps. So gap analysis is the second phase. And the third phase is to implement that, to do the tooling and to create those data set through the modified method, through implementing the metrics in the process. And then we do the post assessment. So these are the 4 phases through which we proposed the SME case study. And particularly the outcome is to move from level 1 or 2 to level 3 and 4 in 12 months, particularly measuring energy and awareness improvement should happen. Both energy measurement and the awareness. The implications for practice, basically the DevSecOps practices now incorporates sustainability into the standard. So that is the first and foremost implication. And it also simplifies CSRD ESG reporting, because through the pipeline data, we directly get, because of continual measurement of data, so we get a real-time report on the, the requirement from CSRD ESG requirement. So that is met. The third is it improves efficiency because of the automation, and it reduces cost, particularly if the green monitoring is done separately. So the cost basically escalates, and by combining it and automating the process, the efficiency and is improved and the cost is reduced. And it also strengthens organizational culture, market reputation. So this is something which we derived particularly from interviews and also partly from the survey. The limitations of the work and some of the future directions. So there is a need for broader validation across industries. Particularly, we should focus on different industry verticals and to have the data to refine the process and also to create tools. So tooling for automated sustainability metrics is still limited, so there has to be a lot of work for this purpose. And also in future, the integration with the AI and ISO CMMI standards must be done. So in the AI governance also, if we can integrate the sustainability is one of the criteria, because AI related carbon emission is increasing and also significantly in rising. The third is potentially an open source RMF toolkit should be devised, and this is one of the low-hanging fruit in this particular process. So in conclusion, RMAF is a structured path for a green DevSecOps, and it helps organizations align with CSRD and ESG requirements while enhancing efficiency, resilience, of course, reducing cost. And this framework, it bridges security, risk management, and sustainability together in the digital transformation process or digital workflows. And this is a tangible step towards a secure and sustainable digital economy. With this, I close my talk. Thank you so much. If there is any question, I'm open to answer.
I thank you, Dr. Ashwini. We are open floor for question from our dear participants. So as I see, we don't have any questions, but I asked today super practical oriented questions. So I did it like first part of our conference. So I will continue with that. That's quite a sophisticated framework, DevSecOps. But my question is, what is the most critical risk category organizations should prioritize when aligning DevSecOps with sustainability goals? So practical oriented question. Just name them.
I would say the security and compliance is the major goal of DevSecOps. That has been, but what we are trying to ensure that because of the regulatory requirements and also the stakeholders' focus, energy impact is the next major focus or the important criteria, particularly in the DevSecOps scenario.
Thank you for your answer. Do we have any questions, my dear participants? We don't have. That's mean we will move forward. Thank you again, Dr. Ashwini. We have our second presenter, Jose Martin Deep, who examines processual formalization in venture growth, shedding light on how early stage ventures can shape, scale their processing as they grow. The floor is yours. Please share your presentation. You are mute.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you can see my screen.
We can. You seem perfectly. Yes.
Perfectly. Okay. Thank you very much for this space and for the people attending. Today, I want to share with you something that it's been puzzling researchers and practitioners, and of course me, since I started my business path studying. And it's why do some startups thrive when they add structure while others seem to suffocate it? I'm going to present how startups formalize as they scale, and more importantly, how they can stay adaptable instead of becoming rigid bureaucracies. And in order to say that, here is something fundamental that we will explore, and I will pose that in terms of a question that is, can structure actually be scaffolding rather than shackles? I believe it can, and I show you what I found. But to understand this, first, I need to examine traditional thinking about startups, about business, about theoretical administration, that it's fundamentally questionable. I know it's kind of polemic to say that, but it's what I found. Okay. Scaling requires both order and agility. That's a duality. So let me start with that paradox for that. Startups, we know them because they grow fast, actually really fast. But as they scale, they face coordination breakdowns. What worked with 5 people in a garage doesn't work with 50 people across 3 different offices. And here is the thing about that those structures that created in some time early speed don't create sustainability. So you can run 100 people company on Slack, for example. Slack messages and gut feelings, they are suited for a team of 10, 11 maybe. And for decades, traditional life cycles models told us that everything that we came up with startup was that simple. Grow is linear and it's deterministic. You move from one stage to another. You go from informal to formal. You go from chaos to order, clean, predictable. And those are the words that came up to my mind when I was trying to join all these theories together. But the evidence, as I mentioned it, tells us a very different story. What actually see in real startups is repeated loops of adaptation and redesign. They add structure, but they can pull it back. So they redesign, they try again. It's messy, it's iterative, and you will hear me say a lot of time this word iteration because it's kind of what I'm trying to prove. So with what I told in this very few seconds, this create a central challenge that I wanted to address today and that I wanted to address while building this article. That it's how do you add structure without losing flexibility? How do you build order without killing that agility that startups are known for? And that it was the most complicated question that I have for a very long time. And thanks to my dissertation, I had the chance to study it more in depth. So let me go to the next stage. So this study integrates 8 different literatures. So to answer these questions, I took an iterative approach. It's mostly qualitative. I reviewed 63 studies across 8 different theoretical streams, from organizational control system to routine dynamics, from temporal structuring to institutional theory. And even though the literature seems to be far away from each other, I think they often are treated in isolation from one another, but I think they all shed light in different parts of the same puzzle. So having said that, my research questions were very straightforward to the problem I mentioned in the slide before. That it's how do startups are ordered without losing adaptability? The second one, when does early formalization help? Versus when does early formalization kills agility? And the third one began from that is one of the most important that we came up with the framework that I achieved for this paper is how do the way we use artifacts and the way you base your activities interact with each other? Is there any connection between them? And we will see. The method, as I mentioned, it's an iterative review, synthesizing theories from control routines, times, and legitimacy into one strong framework. And what emerged is a conceptual model that links to critical dimensions associated with my third question. That is how you use artifacts and how you manage temporal rhythm. And let me show you what I found because I found it very interesting. The first title that I will mention is that formalization cycles create 4 growth trajectories. And that's the core of the framework. Okay, during my research, I found 4 key finding structures that structures everything. First, that it's formalization unfolds in cycles, not in stages. The startups don't go linearly from informal to formal. They experiment, they revise, they add sometimes new things, they abandon things. And it's provisional, and I will say it again, it's iterative. Second, artifacts matter in use, not in design. So the same dashboard that for one company will enable learning and will have all the team all together joining forces to build that dashboard every day, for another company, it will make people feel surveillance. So it depends on how people actually use those artifacts day by day. The third analysis is temporal biasing, shapes adaptability. The rhythm you set, whether it's flexible or rigid, determines whether your team can breathe and adapt or whether they can constantly gain in metrics. And fourth, when you came across these last two dimensions, artifact and temporal pacing, you get 4 distinct trajectories. And I will show you here what I built without that. My fourth point is this 2x2 matrix that in administration we all love them. This 2x2 matrix shows from flexible to rigid pacing to enable and iterative use to coercive and diagnostic use. Inside the quadrant, we will have 4 types of companies depending on how they interact with their artifacts and how they pace rhythm. The top left, that it's scaffolding, this is a sweet spot. This is where you want to be. It's when you are using artifacts in an enabled way. Your dashboard sparks conversation in meetings. Your teams know what they can find the dashboards. The sprint review generate real iteration and real learning, and your pacing is flexible enough that people can adapt. Think on maybe a good example. If you're in your companies are doing sprint retrospectives, that's where you are. These trajectories support experimentation and growth. This is very good for training your new colleagues. The top right, it's focus coordinations. You are still using your artifacts well, but your pacing is quite rigid. For example, your weekly investor updates, your OKRs weekly meetings, you get alignment and focus, but there is a cost. The cost is burnout, is loss of breathing room, and pressure can lead to that, to this metric gaming where the people, they don't understand quite well what they are doing. The bottom left, it's the symbolic drift. This is where things start to break down in your company. This is where you have very coercive artifacts. People use them because they are obliged to, they have to, not because they find value in it. But pacing is loose, practice becomes inconsistent, the things that they have to join into or to add into the dashboard, for example, they have no meaning. So nobody really uses them. It's more like theater. It's to have it, just to have it. And last one, the bottom right, is the bureaucratic enrichment. This is a worst case scenario. This is where you don't want to be. And this is where most of startups are right now. That it's when you have your cohesive artifacts combined with rigid pacings. These are compliant reports. That dominates attention in meetings, rigid routines. It's where innovation dies. And this is bureaucracy. This is, it's Friday, we have to complete this dashboard. And this is a feeling that people got when you are there. So basically, what does it mean? What does this framework actually mean, both theoretically and practically? If we go into a theoretical implication, I'll say that these frameworks reframes, of course, formalization as a procedural scaffolding. It's not a one-time event. It's not a stage you pass through. It's an ongoing practice. So you are not building things. You are in a cycle. Okay, it's an ongoing practice that you have to adjust continuously. And it also connects to micro-level routines. So the daily things that you do every day can also be applied theoretically to this framework, and as well as the big bureaucratic things that we do in companies. So why do startups adopt certain governance structures and others they simply can't? It's partly for legitimacy and partly for coordination. And you can see there that the structures really work up to some time, and then we'll have to change and or adapt, for example. Critically, I believe this research or this framework generate testable proposition for future research. We can now go out and study this trajectory empirically, track startups over time, or see how they move between quadrants and understand the triggers. But more into this practicalism, it's that are equally important is that if you're a founder or you're an investor or if you're a startup leader, this framework gives you a diagnostic tool. You can look at your current practices and ask yourself, which trajectory are we on? Are our dashboards creating dialogue or defensiveness? Our sprint cycles enable learning or just creating pressure? Are we treating our structure as living systems that evolve, or are they fixed and they're on stone? So what are they? And I believe that the key insight is that you can adjust. So if you're a practitioner, you can adjust. You can shift artifact use for coercive to enabling, or you can recalibrate rhythm to avoid drift or rigidity. And the message is quite simple. Structure shouldn't support learning, not compliance. So it's all about how structure will let you learn with every change and with any adaptation that you do. It should be scaffolding that you build, adjust, and sometimes remove, not a cage that actually constrain. And let me go for the next one. And if I have to bring this home, I would say that scaling is not a march towards bureaucracy. I think success depends on maintaining continuous balance between structures and flexibility. The balance is in statics, as I mentioned. It shifts as you grow, as market change, as your team evolve. So it's mostly about what's going on. And the two key design levels that you have are artifact use and time rhythm. You can use your tools, you can have your space and activities, you can get those right, and you can scale without losing your soul. But just in terms of making this quite simple, thinking this way, up to this framework, the best ventures that you can see, the unicorns that we read in the news, they treat structure like scaffolding on a building. So when you're constructing something, scaffolding is essential because it supports your work, it keeps people safe, it enables progress, but also it's temporal and adjustable. You move it as the business grows, and when you don't need it anymore, you can take it down. So that's why structure is all about. It's cycling, it's iterative, it's not something static. And that's what processual formalization is, scaffolding, not shackles, as I mentioned in the beginning. And so the last question will be, so where do we go from here? And the future that I'm continuous doing on my dissertation for the DBA, it's that the next steps are really clear. We need empirical studies on how these dynamics actually evolve in real ventures. We need comparative studies across different industries and funding contexts. That is very important. We need computational models to simulate how artifact cadence interaction affect adaptation over time. I believe this framework is a very starting point. It's a way of organize our thinking and general testable predictions. And for practitioners, the takeaway is equally clear. It's diagnose your trajectory, be intentional about how you use your tools and how you pace work. Don't just copy what other companies do, because the scaffolding that I mentioned is different for all companies. And it's all about underlying or to understand the underlying dynamics and adapt them to your own context. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to have a conversation with you all or have your questions.
I thank you, Jose, for your thoughtful presentation and quite interesting research. And we have first question from Anita. Formalization cycles, what's difficult for managed?
No, the advantage that this way of understanding formalization is actually gives you the key to prove and evolve. You can start with something, but if it doesn't work, you should learn and adapt. This is where scaffolding it's made for as an analogy. The scaffolding will get you to construct them, but then if it's not working for you, because sometimes we tend to compare with other companies. Oh, it works for them, so it should work for us. No, you have the chance to adapt it to your cycle or where you are. So formalization is how you adapt, how you learn from that, how you came up with new ideas, and you will get formalized without get bureaucratized.
Thank you so much. We have more questions. We have comments from Fatima. Excellent insight, Jose.
Thank you.
Well, I also have one question. Let's be practical. How might we empirically test the proposition of your framework, particularly those aspects concerning artifact use and adaptability in early stage ventures?
Yes, in order to get it a little bit more empirical, I believe that comparative studies between the same artifact used in different companies will be really helpful to understand how many stages it took to get into that formalization for one company and how many stages get to another. For example, we can think of let me think on an example that we all know. On Spotify, when they started, we all use Spotify. So when Spotify they started using Agile's projects for all the process that they were doing, and they use tribes and very flexible way of working. But there was a time that they decided to go fully formal because they couldn't sustain that flexible coordination anymore. But that took years. But there are some other companies that they're doing the same time that they can formalize in 4 or 5 weeks. So in order to compare and to analyze what happened between the middle in both of them will help this study, this framework.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So far, we don't have any questions. Means that we move on, and we have next amazing presentation and presenter. It's Dr. Anita.
Thank you.
It's a doctor. Thank you, Jose. And I'm going to invite Dr. Anita. And Dr. Anita takes us into the immersive world of virtual reality. She's an expert in this area. So that's why please think and figure out questions. Anita really can provide you lots of very exciting and interesting information nobody knows except Anita. And her presentation is Innovation to the Virtual Reality Forest, focusing on Generation Z. And she explores how virtual reality, how this technology can be used to for sustainability learning, for sustainable learning, offering a new way to engage young generation into the education process. It's a super relevant topic. Anita, the floor is yours. You're very welcome. You are mute now. Unmute you. So.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I know it's a little bit late, so I will try to put a little bit dynamic in my presentation. Thank you, previous speaker. I listened very carefully today, your presentation. Thank you very much, because I learned a lot. Sometimes I must jump and back to work, but if I'm able, I really I'm very grateful for your job, and I'm really happy to be part of it. So I would like to invite you to virtual forest. Just give me a second. I will share my screen. Just please let me know if you are able to see presentation.
Sure.
Yep.
Yes, we can see.
All right. So maybe I will start from this part. So my name is Anita Anzak. Originally, I come from Poland, and today I would like to just present my research invitation to the forest and Gen Z and sustainability learning. First, I would like just wake up you a little bit, and I create a very small QR code. If you don't mind, please share it, and then you can scan it, and you will tell me when do you think the word forests, what the first word that comes to your mind. You can just scan it, you can put something, and it doesn't matter it's a good word or bad word, but if you want, you can try it and scan, and then we will see what's happened. I will give you maybe 30 seconds. When you think about the word forest, what's the first word to come to your mind? I'm talking about real normal forest, not VR nor metaverse, but just normal forest. What do you think is for you? If you don't mind, you can just submit and we can jump to results and we can see together what we have. Thank you. You can see for a small background. So for all of us, forest is like animals, freedom, bird, world, green. So I'm very happy to be between people who are very close to nature like me. So I promise I would like show you something about the forest today. So thank you very much for beautiful and your engagement. I very appreciate that, especially after lunch. I know you can be a little bit sleepy, so I jump again to my presentation. Okay, and then we can just give me a second and I will present. And then, okay, right. So as you know, the forest, it's something beautiful. Do you see, because okay, all right. So I don't want to go to the details, but I just conduct research. I took people from Generation Z. I took 89 students, and I invite them to the forest. First group, I invite them to the forest without anything. And the second group, they have special training invitation with just a little bit storytelling, because I spent a lot of time in the forest, and I notice I see people in my age, I'm already 40 and older, and I see where are the generation. So I try to convince young people to come to forest. And the idea was just to show before the trip some video related with VR. So VR reality is another word. So one group, they went to forest, and second group, they have a first invitation with VR, with storytelling, and then we go together to the forest, because some of the people, they told me forests are boring. So that was the purpose of the research. You can see also on the left side, you can, this is the map and why forests are important. On the right side, you have a timeline. So from Nordic mythology, from India and Abrahamic tradition, you can see Bible, Torah, and Quran. In modern ecology, forests are always very, very important for people. On the left side, you have also QR code, and you can check, because I bring you a very updated data, and the red colors, you can see how many forests are disappeared. So a forest we lost in 30 years, the big amount as India. So I was really shocked. So now on the map you can see, or you can scan if you want, we can see how we have a big problem because forests unfortunately are disappearing. And you can ask why you choose Gen Z. And you can see we have 2 billion people, they are Gen Z. So 1 of 3 of world population, they are Generation Z. And for me also it's challenge to learn how convince young generation to work and because their behavior that different than mine. I'm millennials, so for you also can be challenging to deal or work with different generation. But I choose Gen Z because they have the biggest impact. So this is the biggest one generation on the world right now. So, and you can see that was the kind of education, and I try to check the ecological presence. So that's why I create video. I put some information about the Nordic area. I put Kosovo from the Europe, Norwegian forest, and also I use Switzerland. So I took forest from different part of Europe. I also implement some information, some curiosity to show new generation forest is not only trees, but this something behind that. So you can see this is the result of the impact. And what was the approach? So I will try to, I bullet a concept, just bullet storytelling, ecology, and VR technology, because I know Gen Z, they really like technology, they're very open for it. So I create that little bit game between real life and storytelling to convince them to go to the forest. And then also I also add emotional narrative, and we can see the results. So you can see that was the whole concept. So knowledge, digital natives, because they Gen Z, they are very, very familiar with technology. Engagement, it's a little bit gaming, as you can notice here, and heritage. So Nordic meets about the forest, about the culture. So I try to make a little bit like a game. For instance, in gaming we have castles or some stories. So I try to do like this to make them more happy. And you can see I choose Swiss Alps, Kosovo, forest from Baltic and Norwegian fjords. I choose this destination because they are very well known for Generation Z, and they consider them as a very interesting. And you can see first group, they just took a normal trip and they have a survey. I measure knowledge, emotion, pro-eco intention. And second group, they took before tour, VR tour, and then we have a normal tour around the forest. You can see the measurements. I measure knowledge, PANAS, positive and negative affect during intervention, NEP attitudes, and intention. So I took 88% people, and they were in the same age, because I invite students to this research. And you can see the knowledge gain was twice bigger, even twice bigger when we conduct our tour experimental, because before the real trip, I invite them to magic word. I told them more about mythology, about why forests are important, why ecology is so important for people, and why we must protect. Because I also notice when we speak with youngest generation, we always say what is bad, and sometimes maybe it's good to consider talk about positive things when we would like care about something. And you can see intentions and the line, and the intention was more higher. So that was for me excellent research, because I get the proof that VR really works, and when we can use a new technology to adapt more for Gen Z, because they are more related with technology. So when we looking for a language and bridge to Gen Z, we should be more open for technology because they are more open than my generation. So the VR can work really great with Gen Z, I hope. And you can see with the quality of inside. So even when they hear the music from the forest, they start feel fresh air. So in VR we have only two senses. So we have see and hear, but we can feel anything. But imagination was so beautiful in VR, so they start feel a smell of the forest. And you can see also I add beautiful animals. That was the shot from video. So we were very close to wild animals. We use sanctuary also to support animal during the process. So when we are in VR, we can really even touch virtually animals. So that's why they were very engaged. And you can see the implication. So I also really try to convince people to use VR because of over tourism. We have a lot of destinations. Sometimes maybe it's good to just to see some places without crowded. And also for education, VR technology works really amazing because it's very sustainability, and also for policy. Some places are for instance, like Machu Picchu or some beaches on the Philippines are closed because of requirements on UN. So VR can be, I know we can replace, but we can change a little bit way how we can travel and consider VR, maybe even before travel. And you can see the limitation. Of course, study was not so big, only 89 students and short term. And I would like also, I am open for new ecosystem like ocean, biodiversity, and I would like to have a long-term studies in the future. And of course, storytelling always can be better. And on the left side, you have QR code, so you can see the video. It's a YouTube, so you can see. I know it's not so perfect like VR, but you can jump. And if you would like to talk to me, or even just to invite me for a group, please connect me via LinkedIn. And yeah, thank you very much for attention. I hope you wake up a little bit, or maybe today you consider even go to forest. Thank you so much for attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. We are now open floor for question. So I see comment from Fatima. Yeah, Dr. Anita, I must applaud you on the brilliance of your research direction, and the way you've presented the data is genuinely impressive. Absolutely support that.
Thank you. I worked really hard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the nice comments. My dear participants, do we have questions? The topic it's really impressive. This technology are so thoughtful, and we have multiple ways how we can implement that.
Yeah,
in my opinion, we definitely can implement that into the school, like
yes,
private school. Yeah, that's the must. It's a must to do with children, to bring them out.
Yes. Yeah, to bring them out.
But,
yes, that was the purpose. Just bring them out, be in front of computer to the forest, just to, just not only see everything on YouTube or gaming, but take them out, because as I said on the beginning, I'm the youngest person in the forest. I don't know where young people, and this is really sad because I live in Switzerland and they have a lot of forests. So this is really maybe, I said, only old generation. A lot of people are in the forest with dogs. They hiking, but the youngest, we should convince them go out, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anita, what do you think in your research? How do you see the virtual reality forest contributed not to just knowledge acquisition, but also the development of sustainability competences. What are they? How we can contribute to that topic? It's just trend. It's also need. Everyone require, please, you have to implement sustainability to every single things you are doing in every single industry. So how we can, implement it here, or
I think
here,
For instance, in Greece, we have a lot of fire, and it's very good to go there, record video, and show people how fire can distract everything, and then can be more aware what happened when you go to fireplace or when you smoke cigarette, and when you see what can happen in virtual and see what kind of damage it can done. So I think it's very good because VR can also bring emotional content. So people, when they see something, they really, oh my God, it's really hard. It's very touchful for them. So I think it's the VR have an amazing future because we can predict from the one side, and from second use for the forest to convince new generation to go out in front of computers, because as we know, they're addicted from the phones, so we must put them out a little bit. I think that was my purpose.
Yeah, basically, as I see it, this is the meaningful tool how we teach them think critically. So that's the most important things, most important competence when we take any type of education, the whole education system.
Yes.
Students, people, researchers, they have to think critically, and this is also main issue for all of them. So it means they have to choose the path by themselves, select the information, and analyze it, produce their knowledge and their information content.
And especially for Gen Z that was big success because they really enjoy. For them, VR was wow, very cool. I want to try it. So they really, really were enthusiastic when I start my research with them. They really, really like to do it because it's something new, something fresh, and they really enjoy.
So I have a question now from Fatima. What about the impact of virtual reality technology on the children? While the content strategy and aims are commendable, however, is this still not highly technology-centric rather than experiencing the real deal?
For me, to be honest, I think we shouldn't use for small children. We should use VR from 14, I think, because for smallest one can be not good. That is just my personal opinion. So I think not for so small, but 14, 15, the youngest, but not so small. Even in Japan, it's forbidden to use VR with kids.
That's true. Actually, that can also.
The balance is important, so it's difficult.
So thank you so much, dear Anita. I see we do not have any questions.
Thank you so much for attending. Thank you.
Anita is a frequent guest to all our events and participants, and amazing personality. So you can basically consult so different topic and different area to Anita and with Anita.
Thank you so much.
This is true. And we move to the next presentation. And saying that, I see the list now, all our participants. I'm not sure if we have Lunita Nonbeko Magasa among them, because that's our next guest. So
yes,
because I see it's a different account name, right?
Apologies, doctor. Apologies, doctor. My computer crashed. It's Lynette.
You don't have to. That was just like logistic question. But we are happy to have you here with your presentation that broadens our view to national technological advancement. And you're going to present technology and innovation in South Africa. Like we are today, we discussed today cross continents and borders, which is into core of SSBM. We are joined here, embrace 155 plus nationalities. And now with Leonetta, we will also discuss blockchain, quantum computing, wow, and national development, and everything we can put for the future readiness. So the floor is yours. We're excited to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't know whether my screen is am I audible?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah, great.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Doctor. My name is Lynette Nontobego Mahasa. So I am presenting technology innovation in South Africa, which is about unlocking the future through AI, blockchain, and quantum computing. Now, what's this happening with my screen? Let me go to my next slide. So my next slide is going to cover the abstract and the research purpose. My abstract and research purpose is about South Africa stands at the intersection of the digital revolution and the green economies. This means that the nation is uniquely placed to leverage on digital technologies, not just for the economic efficiency, but also for the environmental sustainability and social inclusion. The study introduces the integrated emerging technology framework, and this framework integrates artificial intelligence, blockchain, and quantum computing into one coherent model that supports inclusive national development. The core aim of is to assess how these technologies like your AI, your blockchain, and quantum computing can drive inclusive in sustainable growth. And the framework looks at both economic impact and social transformation. Importantly, this research aligns with South African National Development Plan, which is the 2030 agenda, and the Sustainable Development Goal. The idea is just to ensure that we address this goal. And then my next slide looks into the theoretical framework. This framework explains the factors that drives or limit technology by looking at 3 dimensions, which is the technological itself, the organizational capacity, and the extended environment. In this example is that, in South Africa, for instance, agriculture sector, AI adoption is influenced by technology, whereby you look into the drones and the data itself. And in terms of the organizational, is whether the farmers have got skills or management capacity. And with the environment, it touch base in terms of the policies and infrastructure and cost of connectivity that helps us to understand sectors about adopting emerging technologies faster than others. And then we looked into the diffusion theory, which this theory, it shows new ideas and technologies spread across society in stages, from awareness to interest to trial and finally to adoption. For an example, I looked into Kenya, which is not far from Africa as well, where they've used M-Pesa, which spread through communities because of early adopters. And similarly, AI-driven payment system or blockchain identity platform that spreads as people see practical benefits. And then the next one is the independent variables. So your independent variables that is covered, it looks into the technologies itself. For an example, in terms of the agriculture, we look in terms of either AI-powered drones, can they detect crop diseases early enough, to help improve the yields? And also in terms of the healthcare, whether AI chatbots help triangle patients in under-resourced clinics. And then it also looked into the blockchains, in terms of the blockchain transparency and digital identity in terms of financial inclusion. which means, blockchain can enhance transparency. It can also help with traceability and digital identity. For example, some of the blockchain can track maize or beef farms to market, which could help prevent fraud and also boosting support trust. And then the quantum computing, which looks into computing that offers advanced computational power for complex national and also national challenges. And then I looked into the dependent variables. In terms of the dependent variables in this framework, I looked in terms of the social economic outcome, which were measured in, including the GDP growth, and then also the innovation capacity, job creation, and trust and transparency in governments. Then then my next slide is looking in terms of the methodology and expected findings. So this research, it uses mixed method that is based on your quantitative and qualitative insights. So in terms of that, the data sourced included, I got the data from the World Bank, McKinsey, SRIB, and VET IBM Quantum Partnership. In terms of the expected findings, we expect AI to significantly enhance agriculture yields through precision farming and improved healthcare diagnosis. And then with the blockchain, it is expected to strengthen transparency, especially in governance and financial inclusion. With your quantum computing, it is projected to improve cybersecurity and deepen South Africa capacity for scientific research innovation. And collectively, these findings will support proposals that coordinate technological integration that can accelerate inclusive growth. And then my next slide, it talks about the conclusion and recommendation. In terms of the recommendation, it is that, we need to look into the policy reform to unify innovation. As South Africans, we need to coordinate national innovation framework that aligns with AI, blockchain, and quantum initiative. Currently, policies sit in silos across departments like the DTIC and the DCDT. A unified digital innovation policy will reduce duplicate, especially lowering regulatory uncertainty, and it will attract investment. For example, in Singapore and Rwanda, they have unified digital strategies that emerges AI, ethical digital payments, and cyber securities. And then in terms of some of the recommendations is to expand STEM and digital literacy program. Technical skills remain one of the biggest barriers in South Africa. So South Africa must invest in digital literacy, AI education, coding, cyber security, and quantum science training from basic education, like from your primary school to university level. For an example, in Kenya, a Coding in School initiative and Microsoft Digital Skills program are strongly modeled. But in South Africa, we could scale up our TVE programs, community built hubs in partnership with a bigger organization. And the third recommendation, I thought of looking at supporting commercialization of research outcome, where South African university can produce strong research, but they struggle to turn innovation into market readiness products. So funding support mechanism should help research and entrepreneurs commercialize AI, blockchain solutions and quantum experience. And then the last recommendation, it's looking at the strengthening public and private partnership, and that could also help in terms of collaboration between government and private sector and academia, essentially, to accelerate adoption. Because private sector partnership can drive pilot project, boost infrastructure rollout, and reduce the cost of experimenting. This part of the world, cost of data, it becomes quite expensive. So you could look into, example is looking at partnership with, we've got what we call Project Coca, which is more driving is our M-Pesa in South Africa as well. And then the last one is looking into incentivizing SME with digital adoption. You know, because SME, they are a backbone of South African economy, but it remains under-equipped. So if government should offer tax incentive grants or subsidize cloud or digital tools to help SME adopt AI and digital payment system and blockchains, that could help to improve the system. And then in terms of my conclusion, it's that South Africa must integrate emerging technology via cohesive policy reform to unlock potential of AI, blockchain, and quantum computing that we need to have in South Africa. For an example, in Singapore, smart national policy integrates AI, digital payment, and cyber and national data strategies under one coordinated framework. So South Africa can adopt a similar model to unify a coherent and AI institution, national data strategy, and quantum research initiative. And the other thing is, in terms of my conclusion as well, is looking at the IEF alignment national priorities to support the national empowerment, national gender goal of 2030 under the SGC. So the integrated emerging technology framework demonstrate how AI, blockchains, and quantum computing directly support the country development goal, including job creation, economic diversification, digital transformation, and good governance. And I think as a closing statement, I would really strongly support that in terms of some of my recommendation is that, you know, policy reform to unify innovation frameworks, it will go a long way. And the support of commercialization of research outcomes would also assist in this regards. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. And, you know, always when somebody discusses blockchain and quantum computer, I get in like all ears, because that's area, it's super exciting, and especially from people who come from like say mathematical, the physics area. Now we are open floor for your questions.
Thank you.
All participants are very welcome to ask. Please put your question into that chart. We have a special room for that. But so far they are all thinking and figuring out their question. I would like to ask you, how strong actually South Africa into the matter of blockchain and quantum computer science? Do you have special centers, institute who are like work on that topics? Because we don't have any idea about this. How developed institutions, yeah.
It's still very new in South Africa, but we've got the University of Vets, where they have a special hub that is working on that, and the government currently, as part of our G20 initiative, they are looking in terms of saying how do we roll forward after the G20. Now that we're in the fourth industrial revolution, they're looking into, we've got a CSIR, which is a hub, innovation hub for that is owned by government. It's a parastatal hub. So they are looking in terms of saying, maybe in the next 2 years, we will probably be implementing a special lab that will be looking into AI and also quantum computing.
Thank you so much. And given your background and the nature of your study, I would kindly ask you, provide explanation to our estimated audience, what is the difference? Because we have classical computing, we have quantum computers. So what we actually discussing here, what is all about? So I just come to that across to this idea. Just please provide explanation. Maybe I guess some of our participants they're not familiar with this area of science. In a simple word, let's say.
Okay. I just want you wanted to know the difference between AI.
No, not AI. We don't speak about artificial intelligence because you mentioned here quantum computer and blockchain, yeah? So we discuss lots of things about AI, but what quantum computing is?
Okay, I will explain it. I wrote it in simple terms. Quantum computer. I wrote it somewhere in simple terms. Okay, quantum computing it's an advanced form of computing that uses quantum mechanics, and which is the law that governs atom and subatom particles to process the information in a way that classically computers cannot do. For instance, it points out traditional computers, it will probably use your bytes, and then at the same time with quantum computers, it uses quick bytes, which is you'll find like it will be your 0.1, and both at the same time super positioning of those quick bytes. So it actually it's a breakdown of large and complex calculation in a second of computing. And then it looks mainly in terms of it's strengthening like your cyber security through a quantum encryption. So, you'll find people will hack, it deals mainly with hacking. And then it also optimizes things like your transport, electricity grind, and financial modeling. It uses this, it's part of that note that is scientifically that use those calculations. So, and then a blockchain is a secured, transparent digital ledger that records transaction across many computers so that no single party controls the data. I don't know whether I've explained it quite well.
So, well, it's a question to our participants. If you have question, what is the computer and what is that normal computer and quantum computer? Did you understand the explanation? Just I can provide my explanation. I'm humanitarian, but I have also ideas about that. I try to understand everything: AI, quantum, blockchain. So when we speak about the quantum computer, quantum computer, they operate qubits and qubits, and the computer we speak about bytes.
Yes.
Each bit can be either in 1, 0, or 1 when we speak about normal computer. And quantum computer can actually be in a superposition, can be in 1 and then in 2 in the same time. So basically, when we use quantum computer technology, we can acquire multiple tasks at the same time. But when we just use computer, it's do like step by step. Quantum computer, I like acquire multiple tasks and perform them at the same time. So it's a quite sophisticated things, and they call it like superposition. So, and there's a big machine to do this.
And it runs, the calculations runs like 200 per second. It runs quite, I can say it's super fast.
This is like, everything is super fast. We speak about superposition, It's technically, it's hard to figure it out, but this is physics. It's quantum physics. That's what makes the situation exciting. So, Lunetta, thank you so much for your presentation. We move on, and we have here the next presenter. We turn to the next study, and the presenter Nushi Mofahibpour. I apologize ahead if I pronounce your name in an incorrect way. Feel free to introduce yourself in the correct way. And we have a presentation about innovation leadership as a driver of digital transformation and green growth. So we have here evidence from managers in Dubai and in Germany about the sustainable leadership. It's very interesting where the East and West come across. And we have already here our nice presenter. The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Hello everyone.
So feel free to share to adjust your presentation.
Okay, can you see my presentation? Yeah.
Yes, please go to presenter view. Yeah, like this.
Yeah, okay, so hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Nushina Mofahibpour, and today I'm going to present my research titled Innovation Leadership as a Driver of Digital Transformation and Pathway to Green Growth. Evidence from managers in Dubai and Germany. So in my research, I focused on how innovation leadership drives digital transformation and in turn contributes to sustainability and green growth. The first part, introduction. We live in a digital era of constant change where digital transformation improves efficiency and competitiveness. Digital tools help reduce cost and increase income, but technology alone isn't enough. So leadership plays a critical role that connect technological progress with people and goals. And at the same time, green growth turns climate change into opportunity by promoting sustainable innovation. Therefore, this research aims to examine how innovation leadership affects digital transformation and how digital transformation supports green growth. And about background and conceptual foundation, digital transformation all over the world is a global priority for competitiveness, efficiency, and value creation. And green growth emphasizes the link between innovation with sustainability. Previous study treated these topics separately. Digital transformation as a technology issue, innovation leadership as an organizational behavior, and green growth as sustainability. But this study integrates all three into one framework to show how leadership drives both digital and green transformation and bridging technological progress to sustainability. Digital transformation. Digital transformation is a strategic process of adopting disruptive technology to enhance productivity, value creation, and competitiveness. Yet many organizations fail to achieve expected outcomes because digital transformation can transform culture. The dynamic capabilities theory explains that successful digital transformation depends on three keys: sensing, seizing, and transforming. That in all three, innovation leadership is central. And about innovation leadership combines vision, adaptability, and support for creativity. It shapes a culture of risk-taking, learning, and experimentation, and ensure that digital transformation is not just initiated, but sustained. So studies show that innovation leadership is a decisive enabler of successful digital transformation. It drives digital transformation. And about green growth focuses on economic growth aligned with environmental sustainability, and it views climate change as an opportunity by eco-innovation. And successful digital transformation supports green growth by efficiency, automation, and innovation, and contributing to the UN SDGs 9, 12, 13, and 17, and achieving the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. And about integrating innovation leadership, digital transformation, and green growth. According to the resource-based view, innovation leadership and digital transformation are strategic resources. And when we combine them with dynamic capabilities and innovation leadership theory, they enable continuous adoption and sustainable outcomes. So in summary, innovation leadership drives digital transformation that in turn supports green growth and sustainability. So leadership is like a bridge from technological progress to sustainability. The main research question of this research is that does innovation leadership drive both the extent and the success of digital transformation, and how does successful digital transformation contribute to green growth? In other words, how technological progress are adopted and implemented in an organizations, and by success, how does this technological progress improve sustainability and green growth? So the hypothesis is that innovation leadership positively influences both the extent and the success of digital transformation, which in turn creates a pathway for green growth. And about methodology, I applied quantitative approach to gather measurable data, and I used a structured questionnaire survey that was divided in two parts. I used the 5-point Likert scale. The first part measured innovation leadership through 10 items focused on collaboration, risk-taking, and support for innovation. The second section measured digital transformation through 10 items focused on use of digital technologies, customer interaction, and integration into organizational process. And this research followed explanatory research design because it goes for how innovation leadership drives digital transformation and its outcomes. About sample description, I gathered data from total respondents that were 30 managers in Dubai and Germany, two different countries. About cultural, they have two different cultural contexts and two different economy. And I used the purposive sampling method because it was important for me to gather data from people that have a managing role and they have experience in managing and they're familiar with digital transformation. And the questionnaire was created using Google Forms and distributed electronically. I emailed to them or sent them via LinkedIn because it's more convenient for them to respond to that. And about data analysis, after gathering data, I analyzed them using SPSS software. At first, I went for reliability, tested with Chromebox Alpha to see the consistency of the results, and then I went for validity using EFA and supported by KMO and Bartlett's test to see that the questionnaire measured what it intended to. And then normality, because I wanted to see that all the results are normal and they are ready to use them for parametric analysis like regression and correlation. And then I used correlation to measure relationships between variables and then regressions to test how innovation leadership predicts digital transformation. And all the results presented through model summary and coefficient tables. And This slide shows the key findings and summarize them. At first, reliability. The Cronbach's alpha value for innovation leadership was 0.89 and for digital transformation was 0.87. That both value are greater than 0.70, more than acceptable range, and showing a strong consistency. And then about validity, the KMO value was 0.82 and the Bartles test p-value was less than 0.001. That shows that the data is suitable for factor analysis and they are well grouped. And then normality, the p-value greater than 0.05 for both tests. That shows that data normally distributed and appropriate for parametric tests like correlation and regression. And about correlation analysis, this analysis tests the relationship between innovation leadership and digital transformation. And the results show a strong positive correlation, as you see. It means that the higher innovation leadership is linked to higher levels of digital transformation, and their relationship between them is significant, with less than 1% chance of occurring by random. So the findings support the hypothesis that leadership is critical in driving digital transformation. And then regression tested how much innovation leadership explains and predicts digital transformation. And the model was highly significant. And our score was 0.706. That shows that innovation leadership explains about 71% of the variation and change in digital transformation. And it shows every 1 unit increases in innovation leadership raises digital transformation by 0.87, and shows model is stable and it's reliable. So innovation leadership is a strong and significant predictor of digital transformation. And about hypothesis propose that innovation leadership positively influences both the extent and the success of digital transformation, which may lead to green growth, and the findings support that. I have a strong support for the first part, as we see innovation leadership drives digital transformation, and leaders who promote innovation achieve stronger digital results. Although the link to green growth wasn't directly tested, but findings align with sustainability goals, SDGs 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 17. These SDGs talks about sustainability, talks about green growth, they talks about economic growth, innovation, infrastructure, and climate change. And successful digital transformation supports efficiency, innovation, and sustainability. So innovation leadership drives digital transformation and sets the foundation for green growth and improves and supports green growth and sustainability. And conclusion. This study confirms that innovation leadership drives both the extent and success of digital transformation. In other words, when in an organization, a leader encouraged to risk-taking, experimentation, not fear of failure, collaboration, creativity, these help that organization to implement digital transformation successfully. And it also reinforces the link between digital transformation and green growth. It shows the link between digital transformation and green growth. It shows that when we implement digital transformation, it's not just a technological driver. It talks about sustainability too. And about limitations and future research in this study, there are a few limitations to note. At first, the sample size was small and restricted to managers in Dubai and Germany. That causes limits to generalize the result. And second, the use of purposive sampling may have caused some bias. And additionally, control variables such as firm size or industry weren't included. And also, the data is also based on self-reported answers, which can be influenced by personal interpretation. And about future research, we could have larger and more diverse samples and include control variables to see how different contexts might affect the result. And we can have a combined quantitative and qualitative methods to have richer insights. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I thank you, Nushin, very much for your thoughtful presentation. It's actually a well-argumented study, well-performed data analysis. And we open floor for our question. So we have here several of them from Elham. What are your results application in other industries?
The result that I have was that innovation leadership drives digital transformation and in turns contributes to green growth and sustainability. And this result can be implemented and it's useful in every industry that they're implementing a digital transformation, because nowadays digital transformation is a global priority and every industry wants to implement digital transformation, and it's useful for them that they can achieve digital transformation by using innovation leadership. And as a result, they can have benefits for planet and people together.
Thank you. The next question from Aime. I was more interested to see the link between dynamic capability and innovative leadership. How can that be linked to digital transformation?
When we talk about dynamic capabilities, we talk about how can companies be flexible when they want to change. And when we talk dynamic capabilities, we talk about three keys: sensing, seizing, and transforming. That in all three, innovation leadership is central. And it's really important. Because of this, I use dynamic capabilities, because it talks about changes and leadership together. And innovation leadership theory, does it mean innovation leadership theory or not? Just innovation leadership?
Yes, just without theory, just innovation leadership.
So I mentioned that the relationship between dynamic capability and innovation leadership and digital transformation.
Thank you. I have one question. Let's go practical. I see your regression analysis here. And it shows that innovation leadership explains about 71% of digital transformation outcomes. How should organization interpret this finding in practice? Does it mean leadership in the single most decisive factor, or there are any other variables that could strengthen or weaken this relationship? But I'm more interested into the implementation of your theoretical results, findings.
Thank you. I proved that the effect of innovation leadership is about 71%, and that's too. But other things like skills, or something like budget. They can have influence because we just see 70%, but we have 30% that talks about other things that have a part and they have a role in digital transformation. But I just studied the relationship between innovation leadership and digital transformation and found that it was really significant and high.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have more questions? So we don't have questions. So thank you, Nushin, for your presentation. And we are moving to the next presenter. This is our DBA research candidate, Aime Matamba Chimamba, who will introduce a highly conceptual and thought-provoking study titled Scaffolding the Void, that proposes a void-driven meta-capabilities framework for understanding how organization can develop dynamic capabilities in uncertain, changing environments. Please share your, I see you are here. Please go to the presenter view, then we can see it a little bit bigger, because now we see video screen and the slides on the right side here.
Hi everyone, I'm trying to share the entire table so that you can see properly. Okay. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, take your time.
I think it's here. Is it okay now?
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Can you? Okay, thank you. So, my name is Matamba Eme. I'm a DBA candidate at Swiss School of Business and Management. I'm presenting my concept paper titled Scaffolding the Void Towards a Void-Driven Dynamic Capability, Meta Capability. So in short, I'll be explaining why dynamic capabilities struggle in contexts like Kinshasa and how a meta capability that I have called scaffolding help firms adapt when the institutional ground beneath it is unstable. So I'll start with the question, what happened when strategy meets a broken system? What happened to strategy when roads, rules, or trust simply stop working from time to time? The context of this study is that dynamic capability, which is the most dominant theory that we've seen the last 30 years, have been developed mainly in developed country. And the DC is built onto an assumption that there is a functional institutional substrate. But in much of the world, firms operate where the basic institutional rules of market is unreliable. In Kinshasa, for instance, chronic congestion, informal policing, fragmented authority routinely suspend coordination. Similar dysfunction can appear in digital infrastructure where rules are not so far clearly written, or in other industries. So the result is that sensing becomes noise, seizing stall in uncertainty, and reconfiguring lose sometimes the procedural grounds or become expensive. The purpose of this study was to address this fundamental theoretical gap in dynamic capability by explaining what happened to companies like in Kinshasa, where the institutional substrate is not working, but those companies are still competitive. What happened? The second purpose was to theorize scaffolding as a new meta capability that precedes and enable dynamic capability. The third purpose of this study was to introduce the what we've called the void-driven dynamic capability framework. And the objective, we have 5 objectives. The first one is to define and position scaffolding as a distinct meta capability. To specify the micro foundation of scaffolding. Third, to develop a theoretical proposition that describes how in everyday life scaffolding work. The fourth one was to integrate institutional theory and dynamic capability via the development of the void-driven dynamic capability. The fifth one was to contribute to theory and practice by reframing the boundary of dynamic capability. So from the 80s, we went from the Porter's 5 force, which had the main emphasis on which was analyzing the industry. We know that the Porter's 5 force was based on the bargaining power, the capacity of the company to manage, understand its environment directly, especially when it comes to the barrier to entry, to the bargaining power of the buyers and things like that. We moved from that that theory to the resource-based view, which was leveraging, which meant that the company could leverage its resources to get to to be more competitive, to achieve a competitive advantage. Then on the late 90s, specifically in 1997, David Tase and others brought in the dynamic capability. The dynamic capability, which literally moved, we moved from the resource-based, not abolishing it, but saying that you don't just need to have resources, but you have to have a capability to build, integrate, and reconfigure those resources to be competitive, especially in the worlds that's rapidly changing. But the reality is the turbulent environment in the US is not the same as the turbulent environment in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's not the same as in India. It's not the same as in Bangladesh. So in some country, this turbulence is accompanied by what have been called by the researchers as the institutional void. Kana and Palepu defined it as the absence of specialized intermediary regulatory system, contract that are enforcing contract and the absence of the mechanism that are supporting the market. So we moved from the idle assumption of the dynamic capability that the institutional order should exist in order for the dynamic capability to be properly deployed, meaning that you have to have information that are credible, contracts that are enforceable, and rules that are stable. The problem is that in fragile contexts, these preconditions disappear. So without them, this becomes difficult or it breaks down often. This is where we come up with this new theory, which is the scaffolding, which we present as a meta capability. So which methodology was used for this paper? We adopted a theory developing methodology. Literally, we integrated the dynamic capability theory and the institutional theory to construct our own framework, which we have called the void-driven dynamic capability. The approach relied mainly on the conceptual analysis, and we've tried to build to construct the differentiation with previous theory that might be confused with scaffolding. We introduced scaffolding and as a meta capability with its micro foundation to explain how in practice these techniques are used to enable dynamic capability when the institutional framework is collapsing. And what is scaffolding? We define scaffolding, first of all, as a meta capability, because we have ordinary capability, which David Tase defined as doing things right, And then we have the dynamic capability, which is doing the right thing, and scaffolding, which is a meta capability, is a capability that enable dynamic capability to operate when the institution fail. So the purpose of this is to restore the cognitive and relational procedural condition for adaptation. And it is completely distinct from improvisation, which is spontaneous, from bricolage, which is resource recombination, or institutional entrepreneurship, which is mainly field level. Scaffolding enables dynamic capability when the environment around it collapses. The void-driven dynamic capability framework can be seen here via this figure that we introduced. So it shows that scaffolding mediates between institutional collapse and dynamic capability. It produces provisional stabilization that makes strategy actionable again. And we also have another proposition where there's a learning loop that transforms temporary routine into resilient capability. And the last proposition is that the performance follow an inverted U curve with institutional reliability. I'll explain this a bit later. So we come to the proposition as I was explaining it there. The first proposition is the enabling function. Scaffolding enable dynamic capability when the institutional substrate is failing. The second proposition is that it is a substitute mechanism. In certain cases, it's there to replace the failing state, the failing institution. And the third proposition is the recursive learning loop. The single loop learning will be used for more refined immediate application of PROCE routine that I'll explain later. And the double loop learning will be activated to reflect, and codify, institutionalize every single routine that are working perfectly. The fourth proposition is the boundary condition, because scaffolding cannot work systematically everywhere. And this figure is showing that scaffolding is more it work better in what we call the zone of scaffolding. When the institutional substrate is working perfectly, like in most of the European countries, you get to a point where you have a redundancy. You cannot really use scaffolding because everything is working perfectly. But then when everything collapses, say you have a war, you don't have like minimal social and institutional that you can rely on, scaffolding become difficult. Like it in a systemic chaos, it's very difficult to use scaffolding. So this is where we explain the boundary condition in proposition 4. The microfoundation. So each microfoundation of scaffolding will be stepping in to replace the missing institutional. What part of the institutional substrate is missing? We have 4 that we've termed under the term PROCE, which stands for predictive heuristic, relational trust, orchestration flexibility, and collective intelligence. And predictive heuristic is the simple rule in the absence of the information that are not reliable. Managers sometimes they decide on the based on the experience. They will be taking the decision like from 9 p.m. you can't use that road. From this time you cannot, because there will be tracasserie or there will be like police blockage and stuff like that. And relation trust will be replacing normative and the enforcement void. Literally, this is something that business are building intentionally so that when there's something missing, they can use these resources. And collective information is literally the sharing of the information regularly that is codified in such way that it becomes the main source of information. And I'll use some of the illustrative case that we found in the literature, or some that we saw in our observation. In Kinshasa, for instance, vendor in some market, they'll be paying tax for sanitation, but the state won't do anything. So they'll be living in those bad conditions for the business, and this will have impact on their business. And generally what they do, they self-impose another tax, and they will use this tax to clean the market themselves. So this is some sort of scaffolding, and it replaces the regulatory, the absence, the void of the regulation. The state isn't doing what it's supposed to do. They move in and they do it by themselves, and this stabilized the business for a while, because remember, scaffolding is not there to stay forever. Scaffolding is temporary, as I said earlier. So what is the contribution of this study? First of all, we have theoretical contribution. The first contribution is to correct the boundary condition of DC. The assumption that everywhere you'll have the institutional substrate to deploy DC cannot be, it's not universal. In so many places, in so many industries, like today with the AI, you have places where AI is going and law haven't been created yet. So you get into a certain void where the boundary has to be clarified clearly. So the second contribution is we introduce scaffolding as a meta capability for adaptation via reconstruction, because the DC itself, it's mainly only about adaptation. Scaffolding is bringing that new level via reconstruction. So we operationalize PROCE, which is the micro foundation, the predictive heuristic, relational trust, orchestration flexibility, and collective intelligence. We operationalize it for empirical testing. The fourth one is we integrate institutional theory and the dynamic capability theory through the recursive learning, as explained earlier. For managers, this research paper want to tell them that they have to assess the institutional reliability as a strategic variable. They have to invest in the PROCE macro foundation. This is not something that just happens. It's not improvisation. These are things that they have to invest in. They have to invest not just money, but in terms of time and strategy, so that when they have these issues coming, they can easily rebuild the missing part of the institutional substrate. Sorry. They also have to codify lesson after each disruption to strengthen resilience via the single loop learning that we've mentioned earlier. For policymakers, they have to recognize and legitimize hybrid governance arrangement. The second proposition is they have to work on to designing institutions that have a certain interface with bottom-up scaffolding network, because they are in country like Congo, especially in places like Kinshasa, these are real stuff that the institution have to somehow find a way to recognize, so that the policy, when it's built, it incorporates this type of scaffolding network. So where are we at this stage? We're going back to this table that was first built by Professor David Tess. We are adapting this from the scaffolding and to put scaffolding into today's level of strategic management. So as I said, we moved from the Forest 5 force to the resource-based view. At the moment, for the last 30 years, we are talking about dynamic capability, but now in places where the institutional substrate is failing, we will need dynamic capability. So I have adapted this table to incorporate dynamic capability and to show how the strategic management is now evolving. Future research. The future research should work on developing and validate scaffolding capability scale based on PROCE. We are also proposing to conduct multiple case study in Kinshasa SMEs to understand how scaffolding really works, because scaffolding this study focused on the business that are in logistics. So the business that are affected directly by the congestion, by the change in regulation law and stuff like that. But then we might, some companies also are affected. To conduct a multiple case studies will help understand this. We also propose to use comparative analysis to test cultural effect. Will scaffolding react the same way? Will scaffolding be built the same way, let's say in Cote d'Ivoire or in Abidjan or in Kinshasa? Because of the cultural differences, we need to do this type of comparative analysis to understand if it still works the same. So we also have to explore the digital void and ethical limitation of corporate scaffolding. So the conclusion of this study is that when order collapse, the capability begins. And scaffolding reframe adaptation as a reconstruction of order, not just as adaptation itself, but as a reconstruction of order. So under void, dynamic capability endure only because scaffolding restore minimal foundation so that it can operate. And I can put it in one sentence: in void dominated environment, dynamic capability do not just adapt, they rebuild the ground they stand on via a meta capacity such as scaffolding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raimi. Future Dr. Raimi, yeah. It's a super insightful. And yeah, we open floor for our question, and we have the first one from Dr. Anita. What was motivation for the concept of scaffolding? Yes, I share the question.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Anita, for the question. I'd say before moving to the management several years ago, my first degree is in engineering. So scaffolding in engineering is a temporary structure that we put in place to support while we're still building the house. So that was the main inspiration for me as an engineer. But again, in Kinshasa, when you observe what's happening, it was quite natural for me to do that link between what I've seen in construction and what managers are doing on a daily basis to just keep going, to just survive another day.
Thank you so much. Me personally, I find it's fascinating how you pull this connection and align engineering framework to the academic, like practical to theory. It's interesting. I don't see any question in the chat room, but I have question. Your research suggests that institution voids can be reframed as opportunities for building meta capabilities. How might companies practically identify these voids in the environment? And what early signals should leaders look into? And they see that, okay, we need that scaffolding framework to implement now here.
So from what we've seen is that companies, they already built scaffolding, but it's just that they didn't name it yet. In places like Kinshasa, where the void are so visible, meaning that if you are a company that are in the logistic business, you have a traffic problem every single day. And some of those traffic problems, as some study shows, are caused by the police themselves that are either not enforcing the law properly or they do it to just get money. So either you close your business, or you're not competitive enough, or you find a way to work with that. So in terms of finding these void, the void are everywhere in Kinshasa, in places like Kinshasa. But it is almost the same as in so many other African countries. Or as I mentioned, in newer industries like AI, where you don't have always laws that are already being constructed, where you still have to construct law. Sometimes these laws will come after the innovation was already there. So sometimes companies have to find a way to solve problems. They have to find a way to because sometimes when you have problems, you can't just go to the state and expect them to find a solution, because in the digital, for instance, environment, some of the problem they have, the state didn't even create law yet. So to come back to your question, the voids are there, the voids are visible, especially in places where we did this research in Kinshasa. Business are already using these scaffolding, but they just didn't name it yet. Now, this study, what it is doing is trying to identify those scaffolding and seeing like what's working, and advise companies to not have it as something that are just happening, or something that are ad hoc, but something that they built over years. They intentionally invest into these what we call PROC, which is relational trust, predictive heuristic, orchestration flexibility, and collective intelligence.
Thank you. I think you're right. Some businesses, managers, they say we have like short-term solution in terms of we have short-term and we have long-term solutions. So until we find what are they, I mean, long solutions are, we will implement short-term solutions. So that's strategic management, how they work. But it's good to have that alignment with the industry. So you have very analytical mindset. Good. Do we have more questions to our presenter? I don't see questions. That means we are move forward, and we will right now invite the next guest. And this guest came from the University John Moores, Liverpool John Moores University in United Kingdom. Ms. Fatima Khalid Farid, and we're going to discuss AI's hidden environmental cost. Quite exciting topic. Well, dear Fatima, the floor is yours. Please share your presentation with us. We don't see you, we see the picture, I guess, only.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry. My camera just decided to not work today, unfortunately.
Okay, that's
so you'll just need to make do with it. Just give me one moment.
Absolutely,
as
take it.
I try to. Okay, just a second. Okay. Just put it in presentation mode. I hope that's good.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and I'm completely audible, nice and clear.
Yes,
Okay.
We can see, we can hear.
Brilliant. Okay, well, in that case, good day and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my research with all of you today. Stating quite the obvious, my presentation is titled AI's Hidden Environmental Costs, and a dual research sustainability perspective is what I'll be sharing with you. My name is Fatma Khalid Farid, and I'm representing Liverpool John Moores University in the United Kingdom. The core argument today is clear, really. AI is reshaping global infrastructure, and yet our sustainability frameworks continue to measure only carbon, or primarily carbon, ignoring water, the most strategic and possibly a very politically sensitive resource of the 21st century. So my research today introduces a framework that is attempting to correct exactly that. So let me begin with the big picture, setting the context of artificial intelligence within sustainability discussions, and why exactly does this matter now? So artificial intelligence is widely positioned as a sustainability accelerator, often celebrated as a catalyst for sustainable development, really. Interestingly, one of our fellow presenters, Dr. Ashwini, right at the beginning of the session, had also mentioned the use of AI, and it was quoted under optimized maturity levels as part of his research on DevSecOps. So that was very interesting for me, frankly speaking. Now, optimizing renewable energy forecasting, reducing industrial waste, and enabling precision agriculture, these are other things where AI seems to be doing really great. Now, having said that, the International Energy Agency earlier this year in 2025 highlighted the role of AI in enhancing energy efficiency, while the World Economic Forum, in its report titled Pillar of the Digital Green Transition, estimated that AI has the potential to reduce global emissions by up to 4%. Now, these claims are valid, but only half the truth. Behind every AI model is a physical infrastructure with measurable energy and water costs that are rarely disclosed. And this leads us directly to the environmental paradox behind AI. So, as Liu and Yin highlighted in 2024 in one of their studies, that large AI systems demand extreme computational power, which drives electricity consumption and carbon emissions. But that's not the whole story. Earlier this year, in a study by Jengam and colleagues, it was revealed that AI also consumes significant amounts of fresh water, not directly by algorithms, but through data center cooling and electricity generation. Now, this is the paradox. AI solves environmental problems by creating new ones. So let's try and quantify this impact, beginning with carbon. So artificial intelligence is now a visible driver of global energy demand. Studies consistently show that AI is indeed energy intensive. Patterson's study back in 2021 estimated that training just one foundation AI language model can consume up to 1.3 gigawatt hours of electricity. And just to put things in perspective, this is equivalent to annual usage of a little over 120 typical middle-class US households. The International Energy Agency, also known as IEA, but it's a bit of a tongue twister, so I'm just going to go and choose, the long form of it, warned only very recently this year that data center electricity use could double by 2030, with artificial intelligence as the primary engine of that growth. Now, these findings confirm that AI is not an invisible digital process. It is physically powered, and it's very much energy dependent. The carbon cost of artificial intelligence, it's real, it's measurable, and the scary part is it's rapidly growing. But as I just mentioned a little earlier, energy is only one half of AI's physical impact. So while carbon impacts are debated, and there's quite a bit of research that has already taken place, the water footprint is rarely acknowledged. It would be safe to say that the water problem remains largely hidden. So Lee and colleagues in 2023 estimated that training typical GPT-3 consumed over 700,000 liters of fresh water through cooling systems. To put that again into perspective in layman terms, that is enough water to fill up 2/3 of an Olympic-sized swimming pool or brew a whopping 11 million cups of coffee. Similarly, David Campbell's recent analysis in 2025, as a matter of fact, showed that some US data centers, they consumed millions of liters of fresh water daily, even in the drought regions. MIT News warned, again, very earlier this year, that every single AI query carries a water cost, which is hidden away from the users. To illustrate the scale more clearly, I will now present a comparative impact matrix. Here it is. All right. So this comparative matrix uses published scientific data from AI model training, inference, and hyperscale data centers for energy, emissions, and water use to show artificial intelligence's real resource cost. So revisiting the studies by Lee and colleagues, GPT-3 class model you'll see as the first one here listed, for instance, consumes between 1 to 1.5 gigawatt hours of power, emits 300 to 500,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide, and withdraws approximately around 700,000 liters of water during training. At the inference stage, when AI models respond to billions of user queries, energy consumption scales quite dramatically. And JIGM reported earlier this year, again in 2025, that the combined electricity demand of large-scale AI inference now approaches the annual consumption of a small nation such as Ireland or Denmark. This clearly is illustrating the growing strain on global energy systems. Now, hyperscale data centers, if we were to look into that, multiply this effect through massive water withdrawals. So in conclusion, artificial intelligence carries a real-time material environmental footprint. Yet our sustainability models, they really fail to capture this reality. So there is a fundamental flaw in current AI sustainability research, whereby gap in literature is that AI sustainability remains, well, primarily, majorly carbon-centric. Current discussions on AI sustainability are still heavily carbon-biased. However, the water footprint, especially the water used for data center cooling and chip manufacturing, remains to be significantly underreported. This gap leaves us with an incomplete picture of AI's true resource intensity. Another major issue is the absence of dual metric benchmarks. That's probably a terminology you're going to, I'm going to be throwing around quite a bit, even a little later in my presentation. So metrics like power usage effectiveness, PUE, help us measure energy efficiency, but they do not capture water consumption. So there's poor standardization across workloads, making cross-model comparisons unreliable. Just give me one moment, please. There is, sorry. So, and the combined effect is a landscape of incomplete ESG accountability. Without an integrated carbon plus water perspective, the rapid expansions of AI risks creating policy blind spots. especially in water-scarce regions, such as the one that I'm currently presenting from, which is the GCC. So this is primarily the gap my research addresses, and it thus brings us to the purpose of this study. The aim of this research is to evaluate AI's operational environmental footprint across energy, carbon, and water, and to identify sustainability strategies that can be embedded into AI governance. So this then led me to two guiding questions. The first one, what is the real environmental footprint of AI once water is included into the mix? And secondly, how can we integrate resource efficiency into AI policy and infrastructural planning? So these questions drive a new sustainability lens, so to speak, when it comes to artificial intelligence. Allow me to briefly outline how this study was conducted. So this research uses a systematic secondary methodology primarily, triangulating evidence from peer-reviewed literature, technical energy reports, NGO disclosures, and corporate sustainability reports. It also followed PRISMA screening as guided by Page and colleagues in 2021, and uses harmonized metrics, CO2 equivalent for emissions, kilowatt hours for energy, and power use effectiveness and water use effectiveness for that matter as well. And these were recommended by Snyder back in 2019. This approach So this approach allowed for cross-source comparability while maintaining academic validity, ensuring the findings are they're evidence-based, they're a lot more transparent, and also reproducible, which is another important factor. Based on this synthesis, the study contributes a new analytical model, the dual resource framework. So to address the measurement gap, this study proposes a dual resource sustainability framework. Consists of three pillars, primarily: measure, govern, and strategy. So first, measurement. AI must report energy, carbon, and water impacts at the workload level, so using PUE and WUE for that matter. Second, governance. So it must be mandatory to have a dual metric disclosure, which must become standard across data centers and AI models. And third, strategy. So mitigation requires algorithmic efficiency, renewable energy synchronization, and perhaps advanced cooling technologies. Unlike the carbon-only frameworks, this captures trade-offs between both energy and water systems. So using this framework, therefore, there are several findings that came out, emerged from them. So first and foremost, the four critical ones. First and foremost, AI's carbon intensity is rising faster than efficiency improvements due to the model scaling, confirming, rebound effects. Secondly, AI's water footprint is real, but it is underreported, as I previously also mentioned, and especially in arid regions. The third point was that AI sustainability introduces a complex resource trade-off. So decarbonization strategies that rely on renewable energy, particularly hydropower, may reduce the grid emissions, but simultaneously intensify the water withdrawals for cooling and energy production. In other words, carbon reduction may come, but at the expense of water security. And finally, disclosure gaps. They prevent accurate assessment, making ethical, that's a keyword, ethical artificial intelligence deployment impossible without new accountability tools. So without reform, AI risks environmental blind spots. These findings have serious implications for policy and strategy, escalating into real-world risks, so to speak. This is not just a technical issue, it is a governance issue, really. For policymakers, AI deployment must include dual resource sustainability checks. For industry and hyperscalers, reporting only carbon while hiding water use is no longer defensible. Companies must report PUEs and WUEs transparently, otherwise their ESG reporting lacks credibility. And lastly, water scarce economies. AI growth without water governance risks resource instability and infrastructure vulnerability. This is now a board level and a cabinet level concern. That's the point of view. That is what I have been able to come out with. Dual resource governance is not optional, but it's urgent. So what must change practically and immediately? To manage AI sustainably, 4 strategic actions are recommended. So first would be to adopt green AI practices by optimizing models, using pruning and quantization to cut computational waste. Then synchronize the AI workloads with renewables. So shift training to clean energy peaks to reduce life cycle emissions. A third would be to adopt dual resource impact assessments that integrate both carbon and water footprints. This enables a more realistic evaluation of the trade-offs and prevents that one-dimensional sort of reporting. And fourth, invest in cooling and compute efficiency innovations. So basically technologies such as liquid cooling and full immersion cooling, as demonstrated in recent deployments by Google back in 2023, so they can significantly reduce water consumption while improving the thermal performances. And finally, there is a clear need for a global AI water index. That's going to be the benchmark that standardizes water efficiency reporting across AI models and data centers. Such an index would create shared accountability, enable cross-industry comparisons, and inform better policy design. And so together, these measures move us from ad hoc style sustainability efforts towards a more structured dual metric governance framework for much more responsible AI growth, if I were to say. So in conclusion, the core message of this research, the one that matters the most, is the fact that artificial intelligence is not just code. It is an infrastructure. It is not inherently sustainable or unsustainable. Its environmental impact depends on how it is designed, powered, and governed. It consumes energy, it withdraws water, and it shapes global resource flows. The sustainability debate today is imbalanced. It is carbon without water, it's metrics without transparency, it's goals without accountability. This must change. The dual resource framework presented today offers a clear path forward, one that is not only scientifically necessary, but needless to say, ethically non-negotiable. And with that, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention and patience, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatma, for that insightful and very interesting presentation. And I see we already have questions here.
Yeah.
From Anita.
Yeah.
Could you please tell us about challenges in AI ethics?
AI ethics in what, if I may please pepper that with a counter question, AI ethics in what form?
I guess is she wanted to know like your opinion about the application AI and ethical aspects. We discussed that already with the presenters of the first group, because there is no genuine regulation of ethics in AI, and it's the matter of the company or person who applied it.
It's very interesting because I, in another paper of mine that I had, earlier, as a matter of fact, I presented in the 2023 edition of our conference, was about the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, but that was within the realms of the media industry, and it was extremely interesting for me, or the insights and the outcomes of it. But today, a couple of years later, I believe that one of the core challenges in AI ethics is that the technological capability is outpacing the governance. So with the number of upgrades and the different versions of the models that are coming up, and just the sheer pace with which artificial intelligence as a technology is developing, I do not think that we are able to, as human beings, we are focusing enough on the governance of this technology to ensure that that this technology is used as a tool. It remains within the realms of being a tool and does not grow out of proportion and become something else. So, I mean, that's probably, if you ask me, that's probably one of the biggest ethical dilemmas I feel, me personally, even when it comes to artificial intelligence. While I think it's a brilliant tool and it's a excellent, invention and innovation, so to speak, of brilliant human minds who have put it all together, the technology of LLMs, etc. But I think that whether it is training data, whether it is all the governance and the legislative framework that goes around it to govern this this mammoth of a technology, I think that those are the aspects that really need to be worked upon, and then this would become a much more controllable piece of technology, which can be probably used more under our power rather than us getting empowered, getting overpowered by it. So it'll be used to empower us rather than to overpower us. I hope that answers the question to some extent.
Yeah, anyway, Anita, you can drop a line if you want to clarify a moment, or maybe it's something wrong. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I think the ethical aspect here is to raise awareness and share this information, because, for example, I didn't know that there is a need of millions liters of water cooling down the things. So I've never ever thought about that we need that water. Okay, electricity I can imagine, but water, so that's something that never come to my mind, and this is something very new for me. And it would it's the matter really for raise concern and share awareness and think about the new technology to diminish that negative effect of that new technology. So we are here now in a crisis. Yes, we just run around. We develop new technology, and then we need to develop even more emerging technology to cover the latest one. Crazy. And then we also have this question from Aziz. While using water for cooling, percentage of the volume of water may evaporate, but can we recycle most of the water used for cooling and reduce the impact?
That's an excellent question, and I think that is an aspect that we could, that probably requires further research into. And when it comes to even the amounts of waters, the volumes of waters that are evaporated, I mean, it's just the literal hardware and the way of designing the systems can be such as well, that through the methodology of condensation, even that water can be, sort of recycled and brought back into use. So yeah, excellent points. And I think those are brilliant points to and offer further research, branch into research for future research as well.
And now I'm thinking, where is this water come from?
I know. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. It's really a chicken and egg situation here, to be honest with you. And water is one of the most scarcest, the most valuable resources on the face of the planet, especially if you allow me, it's fresh water. That was what really, caught my attention, that it is fresh water that is used, that is required, as a matter of fact, not the marine water, not any other sort of hard water. So that was quite concerning. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically water which is like good for consuming. It's not technical water.
Absolutely, yes.
It's a clear water.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And okay, we have the new question. Let's say that sustainability takes time to be generalized in AI, since the benefit is way bigger than the problem cost. What is the worst case scenario? I mean, what will happen if nothing is done to move towards sustainability?
That's, you know what? It's I cannot fathom that with all the brilliant minds that are there in this on the face of the planet, that steps towards a sustainable AI are going to take a backseat. I know when it comes to I know what it feels like. I know what the world seems to be very commercially driven, and the main objective or the plus that as a overall, around the world, around the globe, that we are gaining from artificial intelligence, obviously, is when we put in efficiencies into place, it corresponds or translates into commercial gains. And that is a very scary aspect for me personally, because I always think of it that when you compare the commercial gains as compared to the sustainability or environmental gains, unfortunately, of course, thankfully, there is an added interest and work towards sustainability now on a global scale, on policy making scale, which is all brilliant. So I'm just hoping that this shift that has come through, that we have been able to observe in the past decade or so, is just going to gain a lot more momentum. And hopefully then I'm so scared of mispronouncing his name. Could I just call you Aime? Yeah. So I'm just hopeful that the worst case scenario is not something that we would have to deal with or have to look into. And with all the initiatives like COP28 and now COP30, etc., the global leaders will start to realize that this is a much, much bigger problem than minting money and then acing technology. I think at some point we've got to, slow down our horses a little bit and just think about our future generations, think about the environment and the overall impact that we have on the planet.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think for now we just need what is really in need. We have to raise the awareness, spread information.
Absolutely.
Started from the school. I mean, primary school.
Absolutely.
Students. And, with a framework of industry, like everywhere, basically, because for 90%, or maybe even higher percentage, let's say 95% of ChatGPT users are sure that the ChatGPT exists in web. And when you just started to, raise a discussion or communicate, or I don't know, this dispute about the cost of water and okay, energy, they can realize that they can understand, but when we look into the nature of resources, I'm sure people will be surprised.
Yes, it's very recent.
Is actually needed for that.
Absolutely.
It's not just verb; it's also nature which will cause damage using this technology.
True.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Fatma. I see so far we don't have any extra questions.
Right.
So means that we can move forward.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Fatma. And we have our next presenter is Dr. Aziz Cholampat. Please correct me if I pronounce in the wrong format. And you're going to explore how AI can improve public service efficiency. Yeah. So please share your presentation with us, and I give you the floor. You are mute.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sharing. Let me bring it my presentation. Could you guys see it?
So we can see, but I guess you have to share presentation now. Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Of course. Okay. So my name is Aziz Cholampat. I'm the president and CEO of Exalter Software Labs, based in Silicon Valley, California. So we have been in the application software implementation with AI, including AI applications in the field. So today I would like to, I appreciate the audience listening. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm a fresh DBA from SSBM, Geneva, and I'll be happy to share my research and the knowledge, whatever we have created, and I'll share it with you. So as the moderator said, how the AI can be used in the public scenario. So I'm doing a research. I did a research on using an artificial intelligence-based visa processing system to reduce the paper usage, visa processing time, and reduce the human errors during the application review process. This is predominantly big in certain countries, especially in India. If you go for visa, there is a lot of long wait times, extensive paperwork, supporting papers, like bank statement, financial statement, a lot of things. So, the previous presenter, like, we are focusing on carbon footprint and not on the water. But here I'm mostly looking at the carbon footprint and other things. And then there is a lot of manual process back and forth, and the applicant should go to the office or over the phone and work with the team and get things resolved, and it takes a lot of time. So we need a faster, eco-friendly, and sustainable stream layer-based process. So the research gap. Systems are digitized, but today most of the countries have the digitized systems, limited automation, minimal AI adoption, low transparency for applicants, sustainability is not embedded. The main objective of this research was develop an AI-based visa processing system to reduce paper usage, accelerate processing, and minimize errors. Sub-objective, traditional, AI versus traditional visa processing, stakeholder perceptions and concerns on AI adoption, integrate AI tools, OCR, NLP, sentiment analysis, etc., into workflows. So literature review. So for doing this, I came across a lot of literature, a lot of research papers in this order in different areas. One of the major component of the system is OCR. It's an AI, it's an AI-based OCR. So I looked at the history of OCR, extracts data from documents. So initially it was rule-based, then CNN plus LSTM. So added more layers and memory, that is CNN plus LSTM, and transformer-based OCR, which is TROCR, which is the latest, enables recognition of printed, handwritten, and non-Latin scripts. Then the other component is natural language processing, NLP, interprets applicant response, and it looks at the context aware text interpretation for applicants. Again, it transforms from Word to Word to ExcelNet and Transformers now. Then the other one is text porting, where you have images and their text embedded into it. So a lot of research I've done on that, to figure out how to do sporting text from an image. And then looking at sentiment analysis, where to look at the document as a whole after the context to see whether it is genuine, the intent is correct, no fraudulent things. Literature review continues on the machine learning. Then I used machine learning techniques and algorithms to classify the documents. So a lot of literature review on that. Then a hybrid combined models for robustness. For example, different things are, it's not the one unique thing, you combine different models to create a hybrid AI solution. And the findings out of this after the literature review is no end-to-end AI framework tailored for visa workflows, limited adoption of OCR and NLP for legal and multilingual visa documents, weak focus on transparency and trust in automated decision, and the sustainability rarely regarded integrated into the AI solutions. So the research methodology, I used both quantitative and qualitative methods. So despite current systems, current systems still rely on manual review with limited automation and minimal AI adoption. So main objective, develop an AI-based system to reduce the paper usage, accelerate processing, and minimize errors. Key technologies, again, as I said, OCR and NLP. So in the qualitative exploration, I did a survey design and sampling, and I did data collection and data analysis and interpretation. We will come into the following slides in detail. The quantitative analysis, where I created an AI model, the whole system, where a selection of the models, model training and evaluation, system integration, and quantitative comparison between AI versus traditional. The research methodology, as I said, so the whole system will have a user application portal where you can upload all the documents which you want. You can do also the application online, and the module, then the OCR module comes in, it reads all the document and then digitize it, and then an ML algorithm will classify that module, and then it goes through an LLP and sentiment analysis module to look at the context and look at the intent and no fraudulence, and then finally go into the rule engine, which is again an AI algorithm, ML algorithm, which will decide yes or no. And also I introduced a human oversight to make it fair, rather than make it everything AI. At the end, there could be special cases and all those things, which I cannot decide based on the recent policies. So a human oversight is introduced. And finally, there is notification tracking and dashboard, where immediately notify the applicant, or they can track using and look at the dashboard how the progress is. The business-oriented justification here. So I did a cost-benefit analysis where cost savings are paperless, processing, eliminating printing, storage costs, so the reducing the carbon footprint, 40% workload reduction. For example, a 1,000 visa officers can be reduced to reduced to 40% out of it, and it could be a 600 or even less. So based on that, a cost analysis is done. So you are saving in terms of Indian rupees, you are saving. So if your initial system development cost is 32 crore, and then annual maintenance is 3 to 5 crore, annual savings is 40%. That is, so if you take 1,000 officers, 8 lakhs per officer, which is around 32 crore. So actually you are saving 32 crore, 40% of that. So, and the pay period for 1 year and 5-year ROI is it's huge. So the return on investment is, and 5-year ROI approximately 350%. So the detailed table on paper printing and all those things, how you are saving is on the right side. So the other thing is, it will be secure and beneficiary in terms of security, unauthorized access for that MFA and role-based controls. Data breaches can be avoided using AES 256 encryption plus TLS 1.3, document tampering, blockchain audit trails, inside threats, AI anomaly detection, physical record tools, secure cloud infrastructure. Who benefits? Government agencies, transparency, efficiency and compliance. Applicants benefit faster, paperless, less stressful environment, lower paper waste, eco-friendly, public sector, IT support, digital transformation goals. The survey findings, as I said, on the qualitative thing, efficiency, current visa process rated mostly neutral but or good, 30.7, as you can see here. So a very good is only, if you can see, is 8.2%. So comparing that, and also then the neutral part is 37.5%. So if you look at the survey result, to make it a very good and excellent, you need a system like a AI thing. The other thing I showed on the right side is the correlation metrics, where tracking, transparency, and efficiency are correlated, where the efficiency improves if you improve the tracking. So as you can see, the correlation, for efficiency to tracking is 0.50. So if it is 0.5 or above, you can see that, that increases the efficiency by adding more tracking and transparency. So the other one of the other results, adoption perceptions in the age group, most of the age group, like 18 to 29, the saying, 40%, 40 of them, if you take in terms of the count, and he said yes, and the majority in 30 to 49, and then and also 50 to 69 all said yes for the AI adoption. Prototype evaluation, integrate. So as I told you before, I showed you before the block diagram where you integrated OCR, NLP, and ML modules successfully, achieved a high accuracy in document extraction and interpretation. And MRC means, machine readable zone. In a passport, you see the image with the with encoded with your details. So that is the MRC, which gives 98 to 100% rate. And word error rate is less than 2 to 15%. Character error rate during the OCR is less than 2.5%. Demonstrated feasibility of paperless operations supporting sustainability goals. Discussion. Efficiency, AI prototype, reduced processing time and paperwork, user perception, majority support AI, but concerns for privacy and fairness. Sustainability issue is addressed, paperless operation aligned with eco-friendly governance goal. Challenges, success depends on regulatory adoption and data privacy safeguards and trust buildings. Straight inside, human oversight is critical for fairness. As I said, the government changes policies, so the fairness depending upon special cases on the policy, the AI may not be trained to the current data. So at some point there should be some intervention. So that's why a human intervention to make it fair. AI should act as a supportive decision tool, not a replacement. That's conclusion. Developed and tested an AI-based visa processing system integrating OCR, NLP, ML, and sentiment analysis. Achieved faster processing, reduced errors, paperless operation, addressing key limitations of traditional systems. Survey findings confirm strong public support for AI adoption with concerns about privacy, trust, and transparency. Potential for eco-sustainable, applicant-centric, and efficient visa workflows. AI should function as a supportive tool with human oversight, not ensuring fairness and accountability. Thanks. Ready to take your questions if you have anything.
I thank you, Dr. Aziz. We open the floor for questions. Please don't hesitate. So do we have any questions? Okay, maybe our participants are still figuring it out.
Yes.
So I'm still under the impression of our previous presenter, our guest from UK, Fatma, and now I have this connection, okay, where I found the solution how to decrease the amount of paper or get rid of the paper. We can save the forest, but let's kill global ocean. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it could be.
The millions of gallons of water we can use for implement the AI to produce visa, or into this visa process. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. We can find the, I don't know. We
I think, I think it's a valid question. It should be researched, but at the same thing, there are technologies to reclaim those water and reuse it and even purify it to even drinkable, even if it is a fresh water. So
I'm sure there is technology, I'm sure that the next technology will also cause the damage of something.
Yes, of course.
It's like never-ending story. We create something from I don't know. Well, we have question. Right? Tolder from IMI, Dr. IMI. Tolder, paperless world. How far can this go? Can we, assuming the proposed system, get to elections without paper? What are the possible side effects of this? Data hacking? Yes, as well security. I also thought about this.
Yes, there are two questions in terms of the paper using for elections without paper. Of course, we can use it. I mean, this is a very sustainable model where you don't need it. Everything you can digitally transform. Even handwritten things which is already there, or or you enter it through. You can. There is a window where you can enter everything online, and you could. But then the question comes is the second one, where the data protection. That is where I used the encryption technology, the latest encryption and cloud security, TLS 3.1, and of course till. It's still undergoing research in terms of security. There are so many cloud security still there is break-in, but one can always advance with the latest technologies and keep on researching and find out way to prevent these breaches. Yes, those are all concerns. It's the same thing as the water index, which is I really admire her regarding coming out this water index for AI water index. Same thing. So here of course we can make it bulletproof. Again, somebody will emerge and will break it. Anyway,
I
thanks
guess we
for that
have here
question.
one more, also one more issue, cybersecurity. This is the first one, which we just discussed.
Yeah.
And what about like different kind of bias, yeah, which can occur? Because this is
Yes.
machine.
Yes. Yes.
It can come up with hallucination. It's this effect, which yeah, you can
Yes.
see it
Yes.
everywhere.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need like more technology
Not. Yeah.
or certain safeguard tools to implement to reduce bias and improve cybersecurity.
Yes.
I mean, so there's the room for new research.
New research.
So
yes.
yeah. So we don't have more questions.
All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was great.
Now we have, I guess this is the last participant for our today's session. And we go to the Dr. Paul Rai Joseph, who presents Aligning Purpose with Practice. His work focuses on strategic resource allocation in NGOs and examines how this organization can strengthen sustainability and social impact through more international and purpose-driven decision-making. The floor is yours. Dr. Joseph, you can share your presentation. Align it now. You are mute, by the way. You have to unmute yourself. Still mute?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're able to see my screen?
We are able to hear you.
Okay, just a moment.
But not see your screen, and you also. Now, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And good evening to everyone. And thank you for this opportunity and for being here. My presentation today is titled Aligning Purpose with Practice, Strategic Resource Allocation for Enhancing Sustainability and Social Impact in Nonprofit Organizations. So my name is Paul Raj Joseph, and this study explores how nonprofits can strengthen their sustainability and impact by making better strategic decisions about their resources. So let me begin by setting the context. To understand why this topic matters, let's take a look at the bigger picture. Nonprofit organizations serve as bridges where governments and markets fall short, especially in social welfare, education, healthcare, and community development. But unlike businesses, nonprofits operate under constant pressure, that is, limited funding, demanding donor expectations, and strict accountability requirements. In such a challenging environment, sustainability depends on one key factor: how effectively resources are aligned with the organization's mission. When missions and resource allocation align, nonprofits thrive. When they do not, sustainability suffers. This brings us to the core challenge nonprofits face. The central problem in the tension between the short-term survival and the long-term mission success. Leaders must decide: should we spend resources on short-term needs or invest in building capacities and capabilities that secure our long-term sustainability? Despite its importance, there is very limited empirical evidence on how leaders make these resource trade offs. This gap led to my research question: Does strategic allocation of resources improve operational performance and sustainability in non-profit organizations? To answer this, I turn to two well-established theoretical foundations. The first framework is the resource-based view. It states that organizations succeed when they use valuable and rare resources in a strategic manner. For nonprofits, this isn't just money. It includes mission clarity, staff capacity, partnerships, and knowledge. The second framework is stakeholder theory. This highlights that nonprofits must balance the expectations of multiple groups, namely the donors, beneficiaries, staff, volunteers, and communities. Together, these frameworks suggest a clear link. Resource allocation decision influence operational performance and sustainability. Based on this, the study proposes one main hypothesis. Strategic resource allocation positively affects operational performance and sustainability. So, with this foundation in place, let me explain how the study was conducted. I adopted a sequential mixed method design, combining both qualitative and quantitative approaches. Phase 1 involved interviews with 15 senior nonprofit leaders. These interviews uncovered these challenges and thought process behind resource allocation. Phase 2 involved a survey of 102 nonprofit executives and analyzed using PLS SEM. Two main constructs were measured: resource allocation decisions with 5 attributes, and operational performance and sustainability with 3 attributes. All measurement scales showed strong reliability. Let me now walk you through what the analysis revealed. The results were striking. There is a strong and significant positive relationship between resource allocation, decisions, and operational performance and sustainability. The path coefficient was 0.787 and the t-value was 16.984. This means that nearly 79% of the changes in sustainability and performance are explained by how well resources are allocated. Simply put, better resource decisions lead directly to stronger nonprofit impact and resilience. To understand this better, let's look at what emerged from the findings. There were 4 major insights. Strategic time horizon matters. Nonprofits must balance immediate needs with long-term investments. Scarcity does not limit impact. Resource limitations can inspire innovation when decisions are mission-driven. 3. Stakeholder pressures require careful balancing. Leaders must filter donor demands and through the lens of mission to avoid drift. 4. Impact outcomes are interlinked. Donor trust, program efficacy, and sustainability reinforce one another. These findings provide strong theoretical support as well. The study reinforces the resource-based view, which show that sustainability comes from how resources are used, not simply how much you have. It also supports stakeholder theory, demonstrating that transparency and accountability improve trust. Overall, the study highlights that when nonprofits align purpose with practice, they strengthen both internal capacity and external legitimacy. Beyond theory, these results offer practical guidance for leaders. There are 4 key takeaways. 1. Treat every resource decision as a mission investment. 2. Build a transparent, data-driven culture. 3, train staff to link budgets to mission outcomes. 4, use both data and storytelling to show impact. These actions help organizations turn constraints into opportunities. Let me conclude with a key message of this research. In conclusion, this study demonstrates that strategic resource allocation is a powerful driver of sustainability and social impact in nonprofit organizations. When leaders allocate purposefully, not reactively, they strengthen their ability to innovate, adapt, and deliver long-term value. Future research could explore how technology and digital tools can enhance resource alignment, and decision making. So thank you very much for your time, and I would happy to take any questions, if any.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. We now open floor for questions. Please type your questions. While our participants are still figuring the question out, I would like to ask you what practical, let's be practical, what practical tools NGOs can apply for structure strategic planning framework, yeah? What would you recommend?
I always think, like teaching and training and help people understand, that really pushes through things. In fact, we always say, like I'm also part of an NGO. So whenever we go, we always tell our partners, we do not want you to be a financial partner. We want you to be also an educating partner. And I think when that change happens, like with more workshops and more sessions where people can really understand how to manage finances, how to say no, even how to say no to some of the grants that donors are giving, because there are few donors, they just give some grants, and just because they give grants, they want what they want to be done actually. So I think these enlightenments will definitely bring in a lot of inputs, and also practically it will help them to implement these strategies in managing the nonprofits.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph. And I just came across the idea. Are there really difference? There is difference between non-profit and profit organization and tools we can apply when we, given your framework?
Yeah. So technically, when you talk about organization, whether it is a for-profit or non-profit, it all operates, in a similar way. The major difference between a non-profit and a for-profit organization is, in case of a for-profit organizations, there is, there is profit that comes out of any transaction, and out of the profit, the shareholders, they take a dividend and go. In case of non-profit organizations, of course, in the process of operation, there will be a profit, but that profit is plowed back for the missions. Actually, it is for the objectives. So that's the core difference between a non-profit and for-profit organization. Secondly, when you look at the way they are established, for a for-profit, the capital structure is equity and debt. In case of non-profit, it is all about grants. So these are the main differences actually between a non-profit and for-profit.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Do we have more questions, my dear participants? You have chance now, because the IBIS, the conference is actually platform for exchange, yeah. we speak about academia, industry. We basically building the bridge between academia and industry, because most of our presenters possess extensive experience, professional experience, and also mix it with the academic experience. And what we try to facilitate, as I mentioned today, already, we try to facilitate the connection and collaboration between academia and industry. So that's why we try to really facilitate that exchange, first of all, between scholars, presenter, whatever. And we use different tools, and the conference is one of them. Oh, I see the question from Dr. Aziz. For-profit organization like corporates threat the human resources as commodities. Non-profit cannot threat this way. Your research is an eye-opener. That is this way, Dr. Joseph. That was the commenter. Feedback. Yes. Well, all those referates we have heard today and still have, it's kind of eye opener, for most of us, because we come from across different areas and the regions, and even we possess different mindset, and it's great when we facilitate that kind of exchange. So far we don't have any comments. You mean, so I have comments, any comments? So Dr. Aziz, you mean comments from participants, or you would like to hear comments from Dr. Joseph? From whom? The comments. From Dr. Joseph. Comments on your comments. That's what you want.
Yeah, thank you so much. There is a difference between those working with for-profits. People who work with for-profits, they come with a motive of earning. And those who work with non-profits, of course, they have to earn, otherwise they cannot live and sustain. But they are also driven by passion. I know many people, who work for non-profits. They continue to work at a lesser pay and lesser perks because they are driven by passion, and they always think, whatever they sacrifice, it's a giving that they are giving it for the society. So I think that's the difference between the workforce, between for-profit and non-profit. For-profit, it's all about money, and for non-profits, it's all about doing good to the others. So that's the difference.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph. Thank you so much to all our presenters and comments and the questions. Yes, we are finished for that section. So I know that our presenters in room number 1, they still have one presenter. I suggest we will move there, because then after that we will have a final speech provided by Dr. Anna Provodnikova. So this is kind of the final words of our conference. From my side, that was a pleasure to moderate your session today and hear lots of interesting things. So please send your comments to me, or your questions, or whatever you would like to discuss. Again, I'm open, and we are open for any discussions. So then let's see you, all of you, in room number 1 for the final words. Okay? See you then there.